A no commentary version of this run can be found in the pinned comment in the comments section below. Early ad-free access to original uncut versions of all my videos can be found on my Patreon for as little as $1 per month. Please check out the pinned comment in the comments section below for a link to my Patreon. This video is intended as a game walkthrough. It is not a speedrun. All strategies in this video were made for efficiency and success rate. Please watch the entire video and listen carefully to the commentary before trying any of these strategies for yourself. Hello everyone, this is a Nightmare Mode, Kill All, No Damage run of Parasite Eve 2 on the PS1. So as you can see, start off with 0 EXP and BP, very low HP, a little bit of MP. This mode is pretty brutal. First up, we're going to go into the options menu and choose run. So now we don't got to hold the circle button to run. So yeah, as you already know, this game does not have any voice acting. So some of the dialogue will auto-scroll, other dialogue I'm just gonna let it scroll slowly. Try to leave enough time for you guys to be able to pause and read it in case you need to. There's a bottle just chilling there. It's a recovery 3.
Freeze.
Now that we've gotten our first key from Totally Not Kyle, we're gonna go save the game. So in Nightmare mode, damage is severely diminished. And I mean severely diminished. Enemies have slightly more HP, but more importantly, they have a lot of defense. So you need to pump in a lot of bullets to kill enemies. As you're about to see in just a jiffy. If you run behind the strangers here, then you can score critical hits that way. Guy dies like a GoldenEye character. Anyway. First encounter with this massive stranger over here, we're going to use Pyro, try to hit him in the back where possible, and then we're just going to keep running around this table. And hopefully we can get her caught behind the table. Obviously, of course, we do that. We don't have to worry about dodging. We can just pump in a million bullets. You don't ever see another stranger this large. Back attacks don't work. So we got 2 more lesser strangers coming down here. Try to get him caught in a cross-up. It's a little tough. So that was really the best I could do, is just use as many fireballs as I could and just try to get behind them and just keep shooting. We're going to be refilling ammo a lot for the early game. So going to the phone triggered another repopulation event. What happens is enemies will occasionally repopulate. And that's how you can track how many enemies you have killed, by getting every single encounter. I like to hit that guy across the counter with a fireball just because it'll make the fight go faster. But it looks like he already got hit, and I keep hitting him in the back, so... There, he's done. Also got to pick up that copy of Mendel. That's good for your BP at the end of the game, especially if you want to get the gunblade. We don't have nearly enough MP or EXP to be able to get combustion or anything like that yet, so this is the best we can do for now. Let's just pull up our MP. Now we got blue key. Using the blue key here turns on the escalator. That sudden little bit of frame lag was from the FPGA-based hardware emulator that I'm using called the Mister. Go look up videos on it. Mister is awesome. All the benefits of playing on real hardware without playing on real hardware. So I don't gotta like tear up my discs or anything like that playing these runs anymore. Typically I like to play on real hardware, but FPGA is good enough. I can use my real controllers. I can hook it up to a CRT. Everything just runs better than software emulation, in my opinion. But I mean, really, it's up to you. You know, play on DuckStation if you feel like. I just know that Parasite Eve 2 goes for an absurd amount of money on eBay right now. We'll open this fight by hitting this guy in the back with a single pyrokinesis. Occasionally, they're going to, you know, jump out of the way and some such. But you know, you can get behind them and then just shoot them in the back. Pretty simple for the most part. Yeah, as you can see, it's best to run clockwise around these guys. And in doing so, they waste an action, and you can get behind them easily, shoot them in the back, pyro them, whatever you feel like. We're going to get the tactical vest here. Tactical vest will give us an additional 10 MP. If you want the maximum reward at the end of the game, you probably don't want to use the protein capsules. We definitely want that pepper spray though. Pepper spray is nice. We're also going to get combustion immediately. That gives us a free MP refill as well. I love how Aya just stands on one side of the escalator while it's going down, just like in Japan, or like New York City. So we don't have enough damage output for these guys. Best thing to do is to just use as much pyro as possible and use an MP refill, finish him off. Don't worry, we got plenty of MP refills. Everything about this run basically comes down to how much MP, how well can I utilize my MP to be able to finish fights with as little magic casting as possible, but used in the right places, I guess. Anyhow, we've cleared up all the enemies for this particular enemy repopulation event. I decided to run my ass back to the save point. We're also going to equip the submachine gun here in preparation for the next segment. On the floor here is the black card. We need that for later. Little bonus item for viewing this cutscene. But on the way back, we're going to get accosted by these guys. So here's what we're going to do. We're just going to go right back to the bomb. And we're just going to watch the radar and wait for these guys to crowd up. Because they just target the direct center of Aya's hitbox. And as soon as they're all over here, we should have the right spacing. Yep, there it is. 2 combustions. Or you could just set them all on fire and the flame proc will eventually melt them all. But you can get away with 2. 2 is good. I mean, it takes a little bit longer to do it my way, but it's safe. Oh yeah, so coming back out here, we got the Rook Golem. I think that's what this guy is. Was it Rook or Bishop? I forget which one purple is. So listen up. Listen very closely. Whenever you hear a buzz, that's when you shoot. If you don't hear a buzz, don't shoot. Now. Reload while he disappears. Don't shoot.
And now. Reload now. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Now. Just try to get in that reload as quickly as you can. Hopefully he doesn't spawn in and hit you. If you don't hear the buzz, then he won't hit you. But if you hear the buzz, he's about to attack. But sometimes they'll just like buzz in immediately afterwards, and I got really lucky. That was like the last shot that I needed to actually get him on his back. I almost died there. Because these guys actually can kill you in one shot. So we got the PO8 from fighting this guy. By fighting these guys, you generally get weapons. Like that's kind of how it goes in Nightmare mode. And we're going to equip the PO8 with the Spartan ammo. We're going to fight the Mossbacks. That's what these guys are called. I realize how much that sounds like a racial slur, but no, they're called Mossbacks. If you get point blank, then you're most likely to score crits, and you're going to deal the highest damage output. Plastic bottle we just got, I think, is a MP refill, but I don't remember off the top of my head. It's been a few weeks since I've been to this area. Anyhow, we're going to re-equip the submachine gun, get the this, and then we're going to use combustion on these rats, trying to target everyone here, and once we've done that, we're going to target and use the pepper spray that we put on our armor before, and that will hard lock this guy, and just allow us to mag dump him a few times, and he's done. Don't even bother with energy shot, there's no reason to use it. It made sense to use energy shot last time. Exactly enough HP. We'll take everything. We got a keychain, which has the combat light, and the small box, which has a flare. We just got the patio, the cafeteria. Would have been a good idea for me to refill. Good job, Pascarcy. Good job. Yeah, Pascarcy had to think about that for a moment. But it's like, bruh, it's a no damage run. What's there to think about? Just refill the stupid ammo. It's free. So now we're here. We're gonna use combustion. Well, we can use the flashlight, actually. Oh, what the heck? Oh, that's rare. I didn't even realize that was this particular attempt. Did you see that? I just like suddenly got that guy to jump across the what the heck? I actually completely forgot that happened. Yeah, be very careful. These guys are really quick for no reason. If you need to reload, make sure you use the combat light on the submachine gun before you reload. Yeah, that was kind of silly. Quick combustion. Hit that guy with a crit on that combustion. stay at the door and just mag dump all these rats. Try not to get hit. Use the combat light if you must, but I don't think that the combat light is going to stun those rats for very long, because their stun animation is not very large. There will be another enemy repopulation once we use the red key to turn off the water fountain. So we're going to save the game again. Right, so black card shuts off the fountain. We can go outside to grab the grenade launcher. Oh yeah, earlier I don't think I mentioned, but there was a free box of grenade rounds in the weather box, I guess is what they called it. A weather box. We're gonna equip the PO8, the Spartan, and put the flares. Put the flare on our tactical vest, because we are gonna use the flare pretty soonish. There's a couple more mossbacks over here. Gonna use energy shot once. Loop this guy. Reload. Auto target to spin around real quick. Take more of these grenade rounds. I'm pretty sure you get some bonus items for picking up all of the SWAT gear, so the grenade launcher, the tactical vest, and the submachine gun. Once we get over here, these maggots are going to come out of the bushes. Well, really, I guess they're more like silkworms, but anyway. We're just going to let them stew, you know, because, oh, past Carcy was such a dumbass for that. I mean, it's fine. You have to work really hard to get hit by these guys anyway. Dodging them is easy. So I just let the flame proc do the work. There they go. Yeah, I just simply forgot to put the bullets on whenever I put the MP5 onto the armor. Or whenever I equipped the MP5. I don't remember which I did. No, I equipped it. I just, like, didn't equip the ammo. some controlled bursts. We'll get rid of all these bats. There's no reason to use MP here. Just gonna back up until we get all these guys lined up here. Then gonna go over here and wait it out a little bit. Use a flare. If any of the maggots, larvae, or whatever you want to call them, come into contact with other enemies while they're on fire, they will set other enemies on fire, which is one of the nice things about combustion. For enemies that are susceptible to burning. Ran out of MP, leveled up to Combustion 2. Combustion 2 is going to be our main workhorse for quite a while, but we want Combustion at max level as soon as possible. Trying to be careful here so we don't get hit by any of these worms. And then we'll use the combat light to destroy the moths. And we're just going to follow the same strategy that we did last time, which is just hang out here, watch the radar, and as soon as 4 enemies are on the radar, well, that guy decided to get a little squirrely with me. There we go, there's 4 enemies. Deliberating, but yeah, they're done. .561 to raise the bridge. No more enemies to fight. All that's left is number 9. And these helpless enemies. We'll just stomp them. Like the little girl stomped her goldfish in Kill Bill. This one's just not even worth the bullets. Bad! Bad, stranger, bad! Those riot grenades aren't really good for a whole lot. That is to say, they're pretty useless. An emergency phone. So, I actually made a mistake. While I was practicing the number 9 fight, trying to route it down, I learned that I had no ammo. So, I needed to go back and get some. Because past Carsey does what past Carsey does. At the start of the fight, we're going to mag dump. And then we're going to reload. He's just going to swing a bunch. And then hit him with pyro. Knock him back. Mag dump him again. Hit him again. While he's in midair. Mag dump him again. And then we're going to run around the corner. Get him to come around. And we're going to target... We're going to target the... Gonna target the wire here, shoot it. He'll run right into it. So if he lights his gunblade on fire, then wait a little bit to shoot the wire. Wait until he's midair. We're gonna run into the corner over here and use energy shot. Try to avoid the grenades that he pops out. Use the wire and then shoot the pipe. And he should be dead now. Another recovery 3 on the shelf. We're going to go into items here, and we are going to pick up pepper spray. 4 pepper spray. 6 flares. And all that is going to be enough leading up until the next shop. Just got to properly apply those to exactly the right places. We got a vinyl pack, which contains Ringer's solution. We got a belt pouch. We're going to get the P08 back in our inventory because that's our gun. It doesn't belong to SWAT. We can also put away the recovery. Don't need those. We'll keep the belt pouch in the trunk of the car for now. We're going to want it, just not right now. So to start, get our ammo. I use those protein capsules, but again, you probably want to leave those. I also put away the grenade. Well, the stack of 4 grenades, we don't actually need those. After this, Dum Dum just like knocks himself over. We can use combustion and then finish him off. If there's 2 chasers though, then we just want to try to pluck them off one at a time. But if there's one left, there's no harm in getting them to run into the wall. Going into room 2 over here, we use combustion twice. And if either of them live through a combustion, we finish them off with the handgun. Sometimes just having the correct room order is very useful. We're going to put the 9mm Parabellum on our armor and 3 pepper spray. We're going to angle ourselves up here real quick. Because once we check that, then these bats are going to come out. And by angling ourselves so that we only have to twinge a little bit left in order to be able to run down this alley, makes it safe for us to return fire. And we want to be able to reload manually. We're going to wait for these guys to come through. Come around the corner. 4 shots. Very significant 8 MP refill after those bats. After flipping the switch, we're going to run back. We're going to hit up. And we're going to hit turn. And then we're going to hit... Do we even need to press down in order to be able to access the trunk? Or did past Carcy get the riot slugs later? Nope. Nope, past car seat just almost forgot. We have to press down, and then we gotta run back to the trunk of the car, open it, get some previously unnamed shotgun shells. Those are riot slugs. They are really, really, really good against golem soldiers. In case you're wondering, steak and eggs. Anyway, that was a silly little blooper. My bad. We're going to go to motel room number 6 now. But first we gotta trigger these guys to come out the ground. And then we're just gonna chill out over here for just a second and combustion. If every single scorpion dies all at once and the fight's about to end, then they will not spawn in any acid. Obviously that fight didn't last very long. We're gonna go ahead and raise the gun first in order to, well, actually, Pascarcy made a little bit of a boo-boo. Pascarcy meant to raise his pyrokinesis level. So there, we'll use combustion real quick. And then pyrokinesis. Finish him off. Actually meant to use pyrokinesis that first time, but it's okay. Quick pepper spray. Take her down. Finish her off. There's no need to waste any MP on her. We're also going to equip the 9mm Spartan and attach... What are we attaching here now? The M93R, and we got to make sure that we load it with Parabellum. Because we're about to encounter a couple of brain stingers here. Gonna stack up with 2 energy shots, and then we're gonna target one of these guys, and then we'll use a pepper spray. And then his friend, we're gonna do the same thing, pepper spray. We're gonna use our double stacked energy shot. Basically what energy shot does is it just increases your crit rate. And maybe your base damage very slightly. We don't need those shotgun shells, they're just fireflies. We've got more than enough MP, we shouldn't really need to use fireflies all that often. Getting our inventory back in order. Swap in the M93R. Fighting multiple chasers is not an easy thing. We'll res necrosis here. Might have been better if I had plasma. But one combustion is enough to knock these guys down, and you can finish them with the handgun. We have to run a very specific line to be able to get inside the gate during this fight. So we gotta try to run at a 45-degree angle there, and then run at a 45-degree angle here. Well, really a little more than a 45-degree angle because that guy comes at you real fast. In any case, we're just gonna wait for both of these guys, and then pyro. pyro. So when they're stacked together like this, pyro, kick them while they're down. There's only 8 of these guys that you have to kill total. Got all our resources back just like that. After throwing that switch, the gate is open forever. We'll take the key, but not the tablets. And for this, it's just as simple as use combustion. Good lineup. We're going to exchange the 9mm Peller Boehm for flare. We want 2 flares. Actually, no, we just want to take off the P08. We put the 9mm back on. Just kidding. So GPS, flare, flare, flare. Sorry, GPS, pepper spray. No, we want all the flares, actually. Flare, 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 pepper spray. Two flares will end these guys. After we get the magnet, we're going to come in here and use 2 more flares. Because there are a lot of mine sucklers in here. When there's like too many enemies just like spread out in different spots like this, it's always going to be better to use an attack like a flare or inferno to just hit every single enemy at once. We only wanted to come here to kill the enemies and get the cola. Trying to avoid using colas for the time being if I can, and instead just trying to use as many level ups as I can. We're just gonna use the pepper spray on this. Kick him while he's down. He gets hard stunned for a really long time if you use a pepper spray on him. But he's also very close, so there's your reason for using the pepper spray. Pepper spray stuns for a very long time. That is why it is useful. It is a not insignificant amount of stun. That is why we like the pepper spray. For specific rooms. Obviously, you can't use it against every enemy that you see. Next, we're going to make our way to Douglas. Or then, flare, flare. The flares are mostly for mine sucklers, and the pepper sprays are mostly for tough enemies. So to start, we're going to pick up the shoulder holster, because shoulder holster has quick aim. And it's just better than the assault suit. $10 MP for the shoulder, or for the assault suit, but you get 20 MP for the shoulder holster. Better than the PASGT vest or anything else that you could get. We want combat light, 4 pepper spray, and 6 flares. Put the GPS on, we'll put the combat light on, flare, and flare. Actually, on second thought, I decided I wanted the cola and the GPS slot instead. I like using the GPS, but it depends on the fight. Very simple. Just stay in front of this forklift and use combustion, and the scorpions will be dead. Next, flare. And just get rid of these guys one at a time. Rah. Done. Now we're going to the underground. There's a few bats over here. We're just going to shoot them one at a time. Bats, 8 of, all dead. 8 MP back. We'll turn this switch on over here. It turns on the light in the room we just came out of. It's handy. Allows us to see. We got the big stalker over here. We're going to use the combat light. And then we'll use Necrosis immediately. Using Necrosis causes damage over time and also causes enemies to occasionally stun. So, very handy. Then we'll go to the other side and just spam Pyrokinesis as much as possible. Provided you've been following exactly what I've been doing, and you haven't used too much MP up to this point, you can just cut through that dude with a lot of pyros. Now we're going to throw this switch over here and go into the wine cellar. There's a mine under here for some reason. Can't figure out why. A quick flare in this game room over here. We'll get rid of all the enemies, and then we can just get another flare right back. Flares are really, really good. We like flares. Next we got ourselves a built-in closet over here. Aya doesn't want to just take the guns, but she will take the magazine. No qualms with that whatsoever. She's really polite, you know, she just wants to borrow. Alright, we're gonna put the cola on our armor and put 3 flares on our armor. Got a little encounter with some mine sucklers here. We're just going to run over here and use a flare. As long as we're behind this wall, they shouldn't hit us. We'll take this other cola because we like free MP. There's 2 pawn golems out here. Use a flare here in order to down the mine suckler. And just destroy the other 2 sucklers that are over here. Got to keep checking the register until Aya is able to pick up a belt pouch. We're going to be using the assault suit exclusively for the rest of the run, so it's better to just go ahead and use the belt pouches. We'll also upgrade to energy shot level 2. We'll put our 2 pepper sprays on. And also put another flare on our armor. So cola, flare, flare, pepper spray, pepper spray. So we'll get into a fight with these guys. We'll start by using 2 energy shots. Best to stack up 2 times, then run down the center. If you are positioned correctly, you can pepper spray this guy in the back, and his buddy will shoot him for you. So he goes down really quickly, and while his buddy is reloading, we can walk over to him and pepper spray. Now we're just going to mag dump this guy to death. All dead. Pick up everything here. We do want those 9mm Spartans. Put the pepper spray on. And then we gotta go inside and check the bolts on the dresser. Quickly replenish our 9mm. What do we got to do to get right? Well, first I'm going to get rid of that recovery too. But this will have to do for now. I should have used the other belt pouch. You can't really avoid getting into a battle here. Maybe if you take a better line you can avoid it, but I don't seem to recall from this segment. Man, I wonder if maybe I should start commentating segments as I finish them. That might actually be better. Anyway, once we come back into this room after using combustion to just like nuke those other guys, we're gonna use 2 energy shots, and then we're gonna stand right over here towards his back and just hit him point blank repeatedly. Increases chances of critical hits, and generally you get higher damage rolls the closer to point blank you are. Once that pawn is dead, Buddy over here is gonna try to hit us with one of them newfangled negative status effects. But we actually won't get hit by it, so don't worry. As long as you're quick enough. But even so, it's just silence. At least it's not like confusion or fatigue. But yeah, these guys attack pretty slowly. If they got their lightsabers, they attack really slowly. So really all you gotta do is just make sure that you are running behind them in a counterclockwise motion if they have their lightsabers. We'll take everything from here. Once we get into this fight over here, we're just going to use 1 flare and mop up the rest with the M93R. Next, through the gate, we're going to equip, well, get rid of that status medicine. I think it might have been like, not stem, but what's the other one? Penicillin, yeah. We'll put 3 flares on, And we have to move forward in order for the... oh, almost forgot. We actually do want to equip the PO8 and the Spartan bullets for this one. As soon as we walk forward, we'll get grabbed from behind. We want that. Try to use energy shot as quickly as possible. Back into the corner. Don't shoot. He didn't buzz. Wait for it. Now. Hold off. Now. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Maybe he'll buzz in on the 4th. He sure did. Pow. There, now he's done. Just hit all, take everything. A couple of lab enemies are over here. We're going to use Necrosis. Just completely end them all. If you kill an entire mob of slimes, it's the most likely thing to refill your entire MP pool, so highly recommended. Next, we'll take the M93R and use that because the armored golems here are actually immune to critical hits, but they are not immune to the slight damage boost from energy shot. So this guy's got a grenade launcher. We'll just hit him with a burst, and then just keep getting behind him. Be very careful, because his right hand can sometimes cross up and hit you. Just keep shooting from here, mag dump, and then he's gonna throw hands again. We get behind, reload, and just shoot him as much as possible. But when he turns towards us, you know, better safe than sorry. Want to move behind him. Fortunately, he doesn't seem to have any collision that prevents us from actually getting behind him. And then for this guy, after he fires off 6 shots, we're going to use pepper spray, rush him down. He'll occasionally take critical hits. But that's that. Now we'll take all again. Do a little bit of inventory rearrangement over here. Put away the Firefly, Hammer, Eau de Toilette. We want to keep the Air Burst. Put away the Recovery 3. There's literally no need to pull out items and discard them like I've been doing. If anything, it'll hurt your ranking, because the game tallies the items that you have at the end of the game. So don't do what past Carcy just did. Past Carcy didn't really... It's not accurate to say that past Carcy didn't know. I think past Carcy just didn't care. While we're in the menu here, we got 3 flares. We'll start putting MP boosts on our empty slots. Next, we'll go down and we'll mop up some of these repops. We'll start by using Pyrokinesis. Damage that guy. Shoot him down. These guys will spawn in. We'll use 3 flares to kill them all. Once all that's done, we can go in here and use combustion. Hit their off buttons. Now we're going to make our way back to Douglas after we'd examined the dresser before. We use pyrokinesis and a shot to get rid of these guys. Trying to hold out for a pyrokinesis, but we don't want to get too close. These guys actually have pretty good hitboxes, and we also don't want to get any closer because whenever they die, they lay poison on the ground or acid on the ground, which will of course cause damage. So sometimes fighting these guys is just better to take a position, take a specific position per room, and then just do whatever you got to do to kill them. Next, we're going to buy a bunch of things back. 3 flares and a lipstick. Want to put the lipstick on my armor so that I'm immune to silence. Next, now that we've spoken to Douglas, oh, past Carcy, almost past Carcy, pretty bad. But we need to get that wrench so that we can go fight the boss. We're going to attach Cola MP boosts. Putting the GPS in there too, because it's still pretty handy. Alright, so number 9. The number 9 fight is going to go a little something like this. Okay? We're going to use a lot of pyro, and we're going to do this nice and slow. We're not going to do the speedrun strat of running around to hit him in the back because we don't have nearly enough MP for that. And instead, we're just going to make him whiff all of his attacks. We don't really have enough EXP to be able to get anything else either. We're going to put the lipstick on our armor. We're going to recover our MP as high as we can. Use the monkey wrench. We got plenty of MP recovery items. We're going to take advantage of all of them. Everything that we're going to use is for the middle of the fight. So yeah, I guess number 9 was just like letting his sadistic streak happen. He was given orders to kill other NMCs, ANMCs, specifically the ones that can masquerade as humans, and that's what that woman was. So basically what we're going to do is we're just going to alternate between corners, and just every time he attacks, we're just going to punish him immediately. If you just go to a corner and you just stand still, then all of his attacks will just like literally come short. So just don't move too much. But yeah, the screaming from like that ANMC, I guess, was there to lure other humans as prey, but I guess number 9 beat you to it and killed it for you. Using MP boost 1 first, just because it's an item that restores less MP. So now begins Dryfield Night. We're going to use 2 energy shots here, and of course, Kyle is going to aggro the armored golem. If you see the laser sight, then just run in a circle. And then just like try to move in whatever direction is away from where he's going to shoot. We don't have a very good way of dealing with these guys quite so soon, but we definitely want these airburst rounds, though. This room over here is one reason why I like to have the GPS, because what it does is it allows me to angle up Aya off-screen so that she can use combustion and take out as many enemies as possible. It's just good for angling up and seeing enemies off-screen. If you have the like if you have the setups down, you don't need it at all, but I wanted to do this walkthrough specifically with the GPS, specifically so you guys could just like see what it looks like off screen. And because it made it less stuff for me to remember. Once we get in here, it's just a few shots in order to take out these moths. So, these guys are going to just jump out from behind the car, and literally all you have to do is just repeatedly use combustion. And if you get the cycle right, then you can just take out 2 every combustion. It's pretty good. We're going to replenish our bullets with the free ammo case. I went ahead and used the protein powder, but we don't need to use it yet. And took out the belt loop. We're just going to put away all this ammo that we don't need. We'll keep the riot slugs. I mean, I probably don't need the riot slugs just yet. Belt pouch, though, definitely want to use it. Because the shoulder holster is like the one piece of armor that we're going to use for the rest of the game. Every other armor that we could be getting is just too little too late by the end of the game, so just don't even worry about it. We want to do flare, 9mm, Cola GPS lipstick here. And we'll put on the P08. once we're down here, we're going to get accosted by a stealth golem. And as soon as we can gain control, like, absolutely as early as possible, we're going to use energy shot, and we just got to be careful because sometimes he can buzz in while we're still casting energy shots, so I almost died. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. And buzzing in. It's random whenever he actually buzzes in, so you just have to react. That's all you can do. We're not going to bother with the goggles. The goggles prevent darkness, but otherwise they do nothing. I don't even know where that meme comes from. Probably like a movie or something. Something silly. Anyhow. We turned on the light in the outside hallway much earlier. So we can just cast energy shot once and just melt these guys with the parabellum rounds. Obviously we don't want to get too close to the corner because I can't aim that low. I mostly just did it this way so that I could store up as much MP as possible. I could have probably used a combustion or two. All things considered, I probably would have been perfectly fine using a combustion. Either way, we want to get some Spartan going on here, because this next one is gonna go by a lot quicker if we have Spartan. And the PO8. The crit rate on the PO8 is quite nice. I like two pyros here. And then when he uncloaks himself, we're just going to keep shooting. It's just the one lesser stinger. Or lesser stalker, I should say. Once we get up here, there's bats. We're just going to run into the corner and use flare, and hopefully they don't get us with any contact damage. Still preserve an MP as much as we can. Once we get over here, we're going to use another combustion. We're at combustion level 3, by the way. I neglected to mention that we leveled it up. That was like earlier this segment. But yeah, that combustion level 3 is going to be putting in a lot of work during Dryfield. Couple of combustions will do the job. I have no clue why I kind of paused here. Maybe I alt-tab to go do something. Wait, alt-tab? What am I talking about? This was not played on my computer. So to start, we're going to buy ourselves back up to 7 flares and get 3 pepper sprays. And then We're going to hold off a little while on that grenade pistol, aren't we? Come on, past Carcy. You don't need that yet. But apparently I did. I think I was following the speedrun route a little too closely that time. Just going to put a flare into that empty slot there. There's going to be a lot of occasions where we're going to want to use 2, possibly 3 flares in a fight. Once we get back in here, we're going to use a flare, shut these guys down. Talking to Douglas, repopulated a lot of enemies. Got some good crits off. Well, just remember, don't stand directly above an enemy while you got the PO8. Otherwise you miss your shots, like past Carcy did. But those crits, man, the PO8 really puts in the work in Nightmare mode. Like, it is not the be-all, end-all of guns, but can it put on the pressure? Sure can. This next fight over here, we're just going to use Necrosis. Single Necrosis absolutely destroys all of these 1 damage bats. Single flare to knock all the moths out, and then a single combustion to finish these gremlins over here. Scavengers. Another combustion to take those guys out. Some 9mm Parabellum. backstep in here. As soon as the camera angle changes, we get into a fight. Step out, use a single shot to take out the suckler that just dropped off the wall, and then we're gonna explode the toilet, I guess. Don't worry, that suckler will not remove itself from the toilet under any circumstances. It was busy drinking toilet water, I guess. Whatever. Anyway, next to this dumpster, we're just gonna go over here and get ready to backstep. Just go forward to trigger these guys to come out. And then just use a combustion basically as soon as the fight starts. Gets rid of all of them. The chain reaction didn't get every single one of them, so I had to mop up one more that was on the ground, but normally it does. I don't really think that there's a position that I can put myself in that is going to make it so that it hits every single suckler that's hanging out on the ceiling up there. We're gonna put flares in the last 3 item slots of the shoulder holster. We're not going to bother running around and chasing these guys. We're just going to use 3 flares and mop them all up. Pound 3033 total. After we get the key, we have to equip the 9mm Spartan because the upstairs area has now repopulated with stalkers. Quick fireball, 2. Couple of shots, mop them up. Fireball, fireball, bap, bap. Pretty straightforward. With this master key here, we're gonna go into the storage area here, and we're going to go to the fire resistant safe, then press four, 8, 7. And we got a bottle. And the bottle has holy water. Let's pick up this jerry can too. We're gonna watch the radar, and whenever we see the 3 dots stop moving, that's when we use combustion. Twice. Holy water makes it so that enemies do less damage to you. It's pretty helpful if you're playing Nightmare Mode casually. But I'm here to show you how to not take the damage. You can use it if you want. I mean, I'm not your real dad. We're gonna back up in front of this desk, use combustion twice. Mops up all these guys. Got a 9 MP refill. We're going to check the top shelf. And then we get a belt pouch. Got more shoulder holster. We're going to put on some pepper spray. And a flare. Actually, I made a little bit of a boo-boo. Getting the holy water, even if you don't use it, is still useful for your BP at the end of the game. Two brain stingers over here. We're going to use pepper spray on both of them. Completely immobilizes them for like, I don't know, 15 seconds or something like that. One energy shot is enough. Go point blank. If all the crits proc, they're all down at 6 shots. Take these fireflies here. Now this room is a little tough. If you're gonna try to save ammo here, and especially if you're gonna try to avoid damage, just try to run them around in a circle until they all get bunched up. Try to get a chain reaction. I'll go into room 1 next. We're gonna walk past these scavengers over here. At some point they will wake up. But when they do, just stand at the corner of the shower like this. Face the corner towards the wall and let off a combustion and they're all done. You can take them all in one combustion, just like that. Bing, bang, boom. There might be a better position, but haven't really figured that one out yet. Wanted to wait for the stranger to get closer to the sucklers before using the combustion there. There's an MP boost 2 in the cabinet at the top of the closet, shipper rope. Now we're gonna go fill the jerry can. Best thing is to just stand towards the hood of Aya's car and 2 combustions. Bing, bang, boom. Then we're going to refill our ammunition. Put away these fireflies. We can just get them later, or we can take them with us, either or. But we don't need the holy water, but we're going to store it. We're not going to use it to level anything. We want the grenades. The grenades are necessary for a boss fight later. Not the upcoming boss fight, but another boss fight later. Try to angle us up so that we can get both the strangers in one combustion. The first stranger died to a crit. No clue how that angled up to where the stranger actually died from a crit, but it did. It worked. Can't complain. If he was still alive, I would have used another combustion, maybe. Before we continue, we're going to put the M93 on our armor and load up with 9mm Parabellum. Then we're going to equip the grenade pistol. Actually, this is what the grenade pistol is for. We're going to load Spartan into the P08. We're not going to talk to Douglas yet, because talking to him will make another enemy repopulation event happen. So we're going to go out the back door, and we're going to use pepper spray where we stand to shut down the base green golem. 2 energy shots. 2 grenades. M93R to finish him off. And then his friend is going to come directly towards us. The armored golem over here. Be very, very careful about standing behind his right arm. You can stand behind him, just don't stand behind his right arm, because his right arm will actually cross you up and hit you if his elbow touches you. So be careful. Just try to run in a counterclockwise direction is recommended. These guys are super annoying, but when we get to the shelter and we get the shotgun so that we can use the riot slugs, these guys will go down much, much easier. We're going to take every single item here. I went and used the protein capsule, but if you want more points at the end of the game, don't do it. Now we'll talk to Douglas. We're going to sort everything. Then we'll put the shotgun shells, that is the firefly and riot slugs, in the bed of the truck. There's nothing else we need to put away yet. We'll get ourselves up to 8 flares. There's nothing else we really need to buy. But these flares are mostly for after the upcoming boss. Just going to attach one flare at the bottom, but we'll keep the grenade pistol, the PO8. As soon as we exit the door here, there's bats. One flare is enough. So for this repopulation event, I believe this is a bishop golem. We gotta be careful. Unfortunately, he buzzed in very quickly, but I shot him once. And then he buzzed in again immediately. As long as you shoot him once with like a 3-shot burst, you're good. But what we want is to have the PO8 equipped so that whenever he does buzz in, we score those juicy crits. Don't shoot. Shoot. Fortunately, he was pretty cooperative with me for the most part for this fight. We'll take everything again. Well, just the belt pouch and the lipstick, really. The realization that my inventory is full, but it's okay. We'll get 9mm parabellum rounds very quickly. So there's no need to hoard them. Actually, I changed my mind, and I decided to just use the cola to get my MP back, because I was probably going to end up using it anyway. Before we go to save, I wanted to do this cutscene here so that I wouldn't have to like reload, keep watching the cutscene. We just have a little bit more mopping up to do. the repopulations prior to Burner are a little awkward. We have to go down here and use a couple of pyros in order to take down these fatties. Better to switch back to the M93R for the final blow. 2 pyros and some 9mm parabellum will be enough. It'll be virtually the same in this next room. Pow, pow. Maybe about 30 damage or something like that to finish them off. As soon as we come in here, all you can do is use flare on the first possible frame and hope that the bats don't hit you. Nothing else you can do otherwise. Going to back up towards the door frame in order to aggro them so that way it's easier for me to walk forward towards the wall and turn in and just hit them through the wall with a combustion. We're not going to aggro the enemies in the alleyway over here. Instead, we're just going to go in here, back into the corner, combustion, get rid of everything. Doing this for MP optimization purposes. We're going to use the belt pouch, move more flares over. We love our flares, aight. And then what did I decide to do here? Right, we upgraded Energy Shot to level 3. That gives us all our MP back. And it also gives us bonus MP. We use a flare. Serves 2 purposes. Gets rid of all the moths and knocks the 2 chasers down. We're going to let them knock each other out. And then we're just going to use a combustion on both of them and then finish off the remaining one with pyro. Or if both of them are still alive, another combustion will do the job. Starting position, we're just going to use the M93R to destroy all the sucklers. And a quick combustion is able to clear out these last enemies over here. So this area is cleared again for now. We're going to head back towards the front of this service station where there's going to be a couple more golems that we have to fight. The armored variety, as if it was going to be anything else. So we're going to start by equipping the grenade pistol. These last 2 grenades are going to be used to, shall we say, thin out the horde. Also, you'll notice that I have 2 lipsticks. If you use a lipstick, then you get 1 bonus MP, and you also get a full MP refill, so lipsticks are useful for that. You can also buy lipsticks if you want, for that very reason. So with the grenade launcher equipped in this fight starting, we're going to use energy shot level 3 and one shot, and because this guy's trying to hit us with that young silence, we're gonna jump behind him. And then we're gonna use the M93R to finish him off. Well, he's not really armored at the moment, so we are able to shoot him that way. But we're all out of grenades, so we have to finish this guy off the old-fashioned way. Just remember, run counterclockwise, don't get hit by his elbow while you're behind him. We'll take everything because all of those items are useful. MP Boost 2, Protein Capsule, Air Burst. Make sure to take the air burst out of the car. We're going to go around the corner here in order to initiate the fight. Stand in the corner over here, and one combustion. We'll get rid of all of them. Nothing to say there, just single combustion. Same for these guys, 2 combustions. The third guy is going to show up. We're going to just use a couple of pyrokinesis. Actually, 1 is enough. Didn't score any crits with that gun at all. Might have been better to just use another pyro, possibly. And once we're over here, we're gonna use flare, get rid of all the bats, or, well, moths, I guess. And then while this guy is down, we'll just finish him off with a pyro. Now, before we go back, we're gonna hit up Douglas again one more time. Putting away the lipstick for now because it's just kind of causing a little bit of a traffic jam. But we need 7 flares in inventory. Put on an MP boost. Because we're definitely going to be refilling our MP at least once during the boss fight. The quickest way to get to where we need to go is to use the rope ladder directly to motel room number 6. We'll initiate the fight here. Just back up, stand in the corner. Try to get as many enemies as we can here. 2 combustions should take them all out. Alright, let's punish this guy for ruining our fan service. I'm gonna start with Energy Shot. Probably a good idea to start with Necrosis, truthfully, but here's the deal. By standing in this position, and as long as Burner moves far enough to the right, basically he will always be facing toward the left side of the screen, like facing directly towards Aya. And every time he takes hit stun, then he's going to jerk his head towards the right side of the screen. Basically just pay attention to whether or not he's under necrosis or not. You can just see, like, based on like the purplish tint of the skin right about now. And there, we got to reapply it. We got to wait until he actually like uses his flamethrower while he's in the middle of hit stun like that, because if he does, then he will not jerk his head to the left. So if he's already using the flamethrower, then it means he's committed to firing it at one side. So by doing that, it gives us enough time to reapply necrosis and just lay into him. Basically, the key is to just keep him under stun lock at all times. And the PO8 and necrosis and energy shot just absolutely melt him. The grenade launcher is worthless. Definitely my favorite boss in the game. Once Burner is done, we're just going to run over here and use a quick combustion on these scavengers, which are just sleeping in the shower for no particular reason at all. Next, we're going to go downstairs. Burner will destroy half of the second floor, so depending on what side you're on whenever the fight ends, that's going to determine how you get out of this area. But consequently, because we stayed on the side closest to the stairs, we got to go down the stairs, and we got to circle all the way around to kill a lot of enemies. Fortunately, none of which are difficult. Yeah, fighting the boss caused another repopulation event. This right here is absolutely 100% another flare room. By using a flare, we destroy the sucklers off screen, and the sucklers will destroy everything except for one scavenger. So once those guys are done, we're going to push a little bit further. We still got more. Make our way back through motel room number 6. One combustion to get rid of all of these guys. We just get our MP right back. No reason to upgrade any PE yet. I like to wait until I either really need a specific PE or until I'm low on MP to upgrade something, just because, you know, you get free MP refills every time you resurrect one of your PEs. especially because we're using combustion for most enemies up to this point anyway. Before we manual save, we're going to talk to Douglas. Remember, there's no more save point next to the gas station. So our next closest save point is going to be the motel lobby. Second half of post boss fight mop up. Room 4, run in the corner, quick flare, all dead. Pretty soon we're not going to need flares anymore. Room number 3, what do we got in room number 3? Room number 3 has... these immensely unlikable little fuckers. We got some 9mm Parabellum now. To use in room number 2. Similarly to before, we gotta run around in a circle. And after all the sucklers are taken care of, we can just use a combustion. Now the main thing would be taking care of the suckler by the desk. After that, you could just use combustion to destroy everything in the room. I was just trying not to get hit by a chain reaction. Couple of combustions, get rid of those guys. Stick our flares back on. A couple of combustions will do the job. One combustion to clear out all the aisles over here, and then one combustion to clear out everything beyond this wall. Now we're back in this alleyway. Aggro these mine sucklers, use a flare, and then try to use the stun from the flare to close the gap over to the chaser over here. Then we can finish it off either with pyro or with a combustion. I opted to use a combustion. I decided to go into this room so that I could enter the last room, like the room where we fought number 9 before. I want to be able to enter it from an angle where I could get rid of as many enemies as I could. I debated whether or not I wanted to actually go ahead and level up another PE, but I decided I wanted to wait until the end of this fight. All things considered, maybe not the best idea. Because now it just took forever to take this guy down. So really, I probably could have just used an MP boost too in the middle of the fight. Been fine. Nah, I really wanted to res that PE earlier. We want pyrokinesis. So that we can get Inferno coming up very soon. No invisible guys down here this time. Man, that whole hallway looks consistently at risk for a cave-in. Before we go up the ladder, we're gonna... Or sorry, the rope. We're gonna put flares back on our armor. No bats here this time. On the way over to Douglas's place, we're just going to use combustion once to take down the mine sucklers on the walls, use pyro to finish off the chaser that got caught in the combustion. And then I'm just going to, you know, Toro this guy. There, he's done. Pyro. Finish him off with the handgun. Save a little bit of MP. So now we got the Calico. And now we're gonna get some extras. Buy ourselves up to 3 pepper spray. Right? So, here's where the fun begins. We ain't gonna shoot anything. Whenever you hear the whenever you hear them growl before they rush, that's roughly about when you want to start running. Because it's about that point that they commit to whatever direction. When they're further away, you know, you hear like the brrr, and then they go hit, hit, hit. It's like the first hit for like the ones further away is when you want to start running. But when they're closer like that, you just want to move whenever you hear the brrr. And now. Same with that guy. Well, not same with that guy. You know, you hear the growl, the start of the growl, that's when you move. Because they only ever really spawn in like 2 positions. So that's all done pretty fast. You know, you don't need to fire a bullet. You don't need to do anything in order to beat those guys. Now, once we're in the mine shaft, we're going to use a flare. We still don't have Inferno yet. We're gonna just stay over here, wait for Buddy over here to ram his head against the wall. He'll finish him off. Same with his companion over here. If for whatever reason they are miraculously alive, just finish them off with the M93R. As soon as these guys pop in, we're just going to trigger the camera angle while walking backwards, and once we do that, 1 combustion should do the job. We got to check the chasm over here. Gorge. Whatever. We can't pick up the item that we need to be able to cross until we check it first. After we pull the brake, we can get this board over here. Now we can go back and cross. It was really unnecessary to force us to kind of backtrack over here. Before we put down the board, though, we're just going to check our inventory real quick. Putting on pepper spray. And exchanging 1 flare for another pepper spray. Actually, we're just... Yeah, that looks about right, I guess. Once these bats come out of the chasm, we're just going to run all the way towards the gate. That should give us enough space to be able to use the flare to mop them all up. We'll also get some Parabellum here. We're not going to need the M93R anymore pretty soon. We're going to take this plug and we're going to put the plug in slot 2, then pull the switch. Before saving, I just wanted to make absolutely sure that we had everything that we needed. Equipping the grenade pistol with the airburst and swapping the M93R for the airburst grenade so that, well, I'm not even really sure that there was much of a reason to put that airburst there, because you could just hit R1 to reload and it would be exactly the same thing. Well, no. It would make it so you don't have to stop and press the button. I actually think that having it there is a good idea. Then we'll put on a MP boost 2 for posterity. For the first phase of the Blizzard Chaser fight, we're going to open with a pyro immediately and then run our ass over to this first barrel. But he's trying to ambush us, so let's use a combustion and just show that that's not acceptable. And instead, we're just going to run over to the next barrel that we can, because whenever he runs by, we'll just shoot it, blow it up. Barrel gets hit with the cross-up. Then we take the P228 and the other plug. As soon as the fight starts, we're going to use energy shot. Just got to keep moving for the time being. And if we score the knockdown, we're going to use necrosis. Occasionally the necrosis will proc. It'll be helpful. So he landed over there. Airburst has a larger blast radius, so it's very good for blowing up these barrels. trying to reload while he's not on screen. He pops back in. We gotta find the third barrel. Try not to get hit by him in the meantime. So he's over here. We can see him clear as day. No, you don't. Combustion. He's gonna drop down again, so we'll move in a circle. Then just go ahead and shoot him with the air burst right there, and then after that's done, we're gonna back up a little bit, use pepper spray, and it was supposed to work, but it didn't. It's fine, we can buy another later. But that was the last shot anyway. So we'll take everything he drops. We want those Spartans. Oh, also we gotta examine the motorcycle, which I didn't do here. But anyway, the trick to this fight really is to basically make him so that he'll like farther away from whatever barrel you want to blow up, so that way we can run towards the barrel and he is very likely to run directly towards us. And when we blow up the barrel, the blast radius will get him as well. We just have to make sure we do it before he like rams us, runs over us, whatever. Gotta take out these bats with the flare. It's right about now that past Carcy realizes that he has to go back and check the motorcycle before being able to finish solving the puzzle. After checking the motorcycle, the wiring changes, so now we got to take out the first plug and put the plugs into slots 1 and 4. Then we can pull the lever, and that'll make it so that the gates stay open forever. What a dumb puzzle. Gonna equip the M950 here. Pretty soon we're not gonna need the P08 and the M93R. Put the grenade pistol and the air burst in, and also the P08. So, I started this fight without realizing that I forgot to also level up Inferno. We are going to be using a lot of Inferno from here on out. Basically, we no longer need to use flares. And that is why we use Inferno. If it's a big room full of a bunch of peon enemies, what do we want to waste? What do we want to waste our time? Just use Inferno. It's worth the 30 MP. Same with this room right here. Another quick refill over here. I think it probably would have been better for me to use another Inferno in this room. But I wanted to get close and actually use a combustion. Mostly in hopes that I can save a little bit of MP. But yeah, you saw how well that went. If I ever do this run again, I'm just gonna go ahead and use the combustion again. Using a combustion at the hood of the truck will kill all the enemies in this room. Next, we're gonna go to the truck bed, and we'll take all the fireflies, we'll take all the riot slugs, and we'll take the lipstick, and then we'll put away the M93R and the P08. We don't need those anymore. Because we have better guns now. We have, like, hell, we're about to not even need Parabellum anymore. Like, we got the M950, the Calico, for just like rapid firing, and the P228 is about the same crit rate as the P08, with the added benefit of having a flashlight. We don't even really need to use the flashlight all that much. Just maybe against, like, the big stalker enemies. So we're gonna start by using Energy Shot, and we're gonna use the P228, and if he is about to attack us, we're gonna hit the R2 button immediately. If he gets on the ceiling, do the same thing. Sometimes he'll just turn around in reverse direction if he can't complete the attack animation. If he does that, you know, then it's free shots, but overall, this fight isn't too difficult. Just don't be afraid to use the flashlight, because this is like the only enemy where you really need to use the flashlight. And just be mobile. Obviously, like, general rule of thumb, if you're going to use the flashlight and he's going to attack you after, like, I don't know, 3 shots from the P228, then you're going to want to move before you start shooting again, so that you can get in more shots. You don't have to flash him as much. Like, you can use the flashlight. You can use the flashlight pretty safely and often, but, you know, just be smart about it, that's all. We're gonna go to the corner over here, and we're gonna use combustion, and then we're gonna equip the grenade pistol with the air burst, and then pop around the corner, and boom. Turrets down. It probably would have been a smart idea to use the grenade pistol with the air burst a little more, but like to get rid of turrets. We got a couple of golems in here, but we're not going to engage them yet. We're not going to engage any golems in here quite so soon. Once we walk in over here, these guys are going to pop up. We fought one room with these guys before. You will certainly know them if you've played normal mode already. But they refill your MP a lot. If I had one more MP, I probably could have used combustion here instead, but it's just as well to use... Or sorry, I could have used Inferno, but instead I used combustion. Finish off the last enemy with a singular grenade, because we're not really going to be using these air bursts all that much according to this route. Once we come in here, 2 golems, we're just going to do our best to ignore them this time around. Quick combustion to take out the slimes, and then we can finish off the turrets with a singular grenade. If you destroy the red slimes, then they basically just refill your MP completely. They're really good for that. I don't even know what these slimes are made of. Just in general, hoping that the air bursts will destroy multiple turrets that are in the immediate surrounding vicinity. But these guys, of course, we're just not going to shoot them yet, and we're just going to cut directly across from that door to the armory. And in the armory, we're going to use the black keycard that we got in the Akropolis building. That gives us access to this room, where we get free buckshot, we get free 9mm parabellum, and we get free 9mm Hydra. The 9mm Hydra is going to replace parabellum for us, but check this out. We got a shotgun. And with this shotgun, this Spaz 12, which fires pretty quickly, we can use it with the riot slugs and just absolutely melt golems now. I'm going to start by running past this guy, and the other dummy is just going to start shooting at the wall. Then I'm going to de-aggro them both by exiting and re-entering the room, because it's going to be better to get the jump on these guys. Once we've reset them, start the fight. Use energy shot. Actually, it's probably for the better to use energy shot twice, truth be told. There's not really a whole lot of degradation from further away. Like, the riot slugs are not like they're not buckshot, so you can shoot from further away. Also, what the hell? I think using 2 energy shot level 3s makes it do like 10 more damage or something like that. Whatever, pretty good. You can destroy them in like 3 shots each. Then we'll get ringer solution from this box over here. We can also discard the parabellum. But yeah, ringer solution from the box. We like ringer solutions. As soon as we enter this door, these guys are going to be none the wiser for where we are, so we'll use 2 energy shots. Start by point blanking this guy, and this guy thinks he's going to silence us, but we have lipstick. That attack doesn't do any damage to us anyway. We're just going to walk behind him and just Shazam. We don't want to use riot slugs to finish them while they're down, because the riot slugs are way too strong. So it's for the better to just use some pyro if we must. Gotta examine this panel in the center here before we can go through the decontamination area. This area is apparently where they're supposed to be keeping the A NMCs. Before we save the game, we're going to rearrange our inventory a little bit here. That's just buckshot in there, we don't really need it. We'll put away these ringer solutions here, just save them for the final boss, because this will be the room where we make our save before the final boss, as I'm sure you probably already know. If you're watching a Nightmare Mode walkthrough, then I'm assuming that you've already played through the regular game. Maybe I should make like an extra little intro at this point. I'll think about it. Turns out I messed up a little bit here. I actually want to put away some more things. Just this pepper spray over here. We don't really need the pepper spray. I'm going to take the grenades out, and good enough. I'm going to equip the air burst and equip the M950 with Hydra on our armor. Ready to go. As soon as we get out here, we're just going to shoot an airburst in the middle of that cluster of turrets. Just get rid of them immediately. And then we're going to equip the P229, use an energy shot, and just point blank this guy. 4 shots will do the job. Leveling up Inferno to level 2. Then we'll equip our airburst. Or maybe not. Yeah, that made more sense. I don't know, past Carcy, you're gonna figure out so I can actually, like, commentate correctly? There you go. Right? As soon as the fight starts, we're gonna get ready to use pyrokinesis. No need to use any grenades. Re-equipping the Hydra again. Probably wasn't necessary regardless, because we're just going to use Pyro again. Really, there was no point in me, like, shuffling all these guns around. Pick up the Coke from inside the cabinet. And a quick Inferno to get rid of all these guys. Don't worry, the Flame Proc will finish them all off. Golem comes in here, we're just going to run in here and use... We actually wanted the Riot Slugs equipped for this fight. decided to just use another energy shot. You can cancel it very quickly if you hear him buzz by hitting circle. If done correctly, then he just dies in 3 shots. We don't screw around with these guys. This guy has the ignition device, which is the pike for the M4A1. And some M4A1 rounds, like 5.56 rounds. Now I'm going to equip the M950. Seeing Bowman in the other room will repopulate the enemies. Gotta try to use the air burst while this guy is busy jerking around trying to silence us. Get rid of the turrets. We're gonna wait for him to waste his grenades. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. While he's doing that, he's gonna reload, so that's our time to get in. Just try to hit him in the back. And then when he's down, pyro. Well, that was an interesting effect. I'm not going to go down the elevator yet in order to destroy the turrets that are on the way to Eve's... chamber. We're going to turn off the turrets when we reach the gantry later on. The pod service gantry later. Once we get in here, we want to have the Calico. We'll use 2 energy shots, and then just hold the button down, and this guy will die. So after around 360 damage, it's good enough, and then we're just going to run forward so that these other 2 turrets can't hit us. Pretty straightforward fight. We're going to put the cola on our armor. We don't really need the air burst all that much anymore at this point, I think. Once again, we are gonna... Okay, we'll put the MP boost back in our inventory. Trying to see if there's not anything that we can do to get our MP back up. I figured Cola would be the best thing because MP boost restores a lot more MP. And also restores a lot more MP in battle directly. Put away the rifle rounds here and the pike. Put away those extra air bursts that I don't need. Well, I guess I just kind of kept them with me, but we don't really need the pike. Put the Hydra on the armor and then exchange the shotgun for the grenades. You can find some Hydra right over here. Glutton fight is pretty fun. We just run over to this line over here and then we use energy shot. And then as soon as she starts sucking, we start shooting. And we just shoot until we get to around 50 shots. And then we use energy shot again. And she's going to be spewing that acid everywhere, and we're just going to get behind the line over here. So that when she starts sucking, we start shooting again. It's about as good as the grenade launcher, the Calico, for this fight. Highly underrated gun. And then we're going to do the same thing. We stand here so that we start shooting when she starts sucking. He's going to come a few paces forward and drink with His Majesty. So we're just going to sit over here, and when she starts sucking, we start shooting. Proper spacing will ensure that if she starts sucking, we don't ever go into her mouth. And here we go. She starts sucking, we was shooting. You don't need to destroy all of her parts. in order to be able to get like the max extermination count for this run. You just need to beat the boss, and that's it. We're going to return to this room later in order to get the medicine wheel. We'll take these grenades here, and we're going to get ready for the next fight. Gotta equip the grenade pistol, the grenade. Now we can open the door. Doing this just gives us more room to prepare for the fight. So for this first little bit, she's just going to kind of push. We're going to turn around and we're going to use Energy Shot. Let her push us forward. You can use Energy Shot a third time if you want, but you don't really need to. We're going to stand behind that line over there, and she may spew poison. If she does that, we're just going to run over to this tile over here, and then try to stand behind that line again so that when she starts sucking, we start shooting. And once we see the auto-targeting reticule just like move to her forehead, that's when you gotta stop shooting. She's invincible roughly around the time she stops sucking. Because we gotta reload, and by the time we're done reloading, see, the cursor moved to her forehead. But yeah, when you see her doing a little stomp like that, it means she's gonna do like poison. So there it is again. I was about to move back in to shoot, but I saw the stomp. Fortunately, the telegraph right there is very pronounced. She may rarely do it many multiples of times in a row. It's completely random whether she sucked or whether she spit, acid, poison. I decided to just use this opportunity to reapply Energy Shot because she was not being very nice. There we go. She starts sucking again. The camera angle changed. I was like right there in the nick of time. And she starts sucking again. And while we're waiting for her to melt to death, we're going to raise the elevator so we can get the hell out of here later. The incinerator is going to light our asses up in 5 minutes. We have 177 bullets in reserve, which is going to be enough for the room coming up here. What we're going to do here is we're going to put on MP Boost 1, just that extra MP Boost 1, because that's going to come in a lot more handy than trying to reload manually. Especially the grenade launcher. If we must reload, we must reload, right? You can check this chest out over here, and that will give us the medicine wheel. We want the medicine wheel because the medicine wheel means that extra items will be dropped. Just exchange an MP boost for it. Get rid of the recovery too. As soon as all these guys show up, we can just turn around and use full combustion. Man, these mad chasers, they got a special laugh. Basically all these guys are just the refuse. Those are failed sucklers, it looks like. Basically, all of these are they're just failed versions of NMCs that we already fought. That's why they're in the garbage chute over here. They are failed conversions. Because all the A NMCs were human at one point. Sometimes the failed mine suckler will explode if you destroy it while it's close. There's a lot of these guys, though. Depending on if you can cluster any of them, it might be better to use combustion. That last shot right there was one such example. But it's never worth it to use Inferno in this area. Do not recommend. Don't do it. For this area, we could actually run pretty far down if we want to. Just trying to get into a nice, quiet area where we can use energy shot. There's not too terribly many enemies that we actually have to kill here, but it's a lot easier to cluster enemies in this room, I think. Provided it's even necessary to use any PE against them. But for these sucklers over here, I think it's just easier to use the combustion and just mop up any remaining from the combustion with the machine gun. But we got plenty. We got plenty of time. Using the MP Boost 1 to get off a couple of extra combustions if possible. So now that all those guys are dead, we're going to run back into the room over here and refill the Hydra. We're going to have very little time to get out of here. But it's okay, we will make it out before we get burned to a crisp. You can hear the little pathetic knock whenever she says, "Anyone?" We'll start with a couple of energy shots for this guy. And get behind him and... With our powers combined, this golem goes down quickly. What is this guy doing patrolling down there anyway? Either way, we want the riot slugs next. Some energy shot. Kyle goes in. We're just not even going to worry about Kyle taking damage. Because, you know, him taking damage is his fault, not ours. We'll equip fireflies next. We'll drain the water by punching in 1-8. Now the two previous rooms that we were in are now flooded. Can't go through them now. But I mean, why would we ever want to go back? So Kyle will start shooting the swimmer over here. We'll let Kyle finish him off. Then we take the MP boost too. Diver, my bad. Diver. Divers are weak to fire though, so we can just kill them with fireflies. Pretty quick, pretty easy. This next room, though, is going to have a golem. An armored golem, specifically. We'll let Kyle rush in and try to flamethrower him. Actually, it's probably just as well that, you know, let Kyle finish him off. Probably would have been better to save the riot slugs. To open the full moon gate and get back to Dryfield, we're going to press 1 and then 5. This next room will be made easier with Kyle. Couple of quick energy shots. Go in. He's going to try to silence us. And it's like, you dummy. I'm wearing lipstick. You can't shut me up. We can't go up the elevator yet, though, because if we do, then Pierce will die. Pierce will die, and we won't be able to save him and get the good ending. Now we're back in Dryfield. We got shit to do. There's been enemy repopulation here in the form of stalkers for this room. It's actually probably for the better to... Yeah, grenade pistol? Yeah. No. We just didn't have it. Maybe it would have been better to use, like, 2 combustions instead. That would have made a lot more sense. No enemies out here. Now we can get the M4A1 rifle. We'll max out on 5.56 rifle rounds. It's not going to replace the Calico for us yet, but at least we'll be able to put the pike on. I mean, the pike, really, we don't really need the pike. Man, I didn't even load up the ammo that time. I think it's right about here that I kind of realized that the grenade launcher was starting to get a little bit on the useless side. But I wanted to keep it anyway on the off chance that I would have found it useful for something. Pascarsi forgot that he needed to go downstairs first. Moving backwards to trigger the fight. Run forward a little bit. Hit him with that young flashlight. Just keep hitting him with pyro after this. Alternate between that pyro and that flashlight. Good pull on ammunition over here. And these guys, well, they're all just dead. That's what Inferno is for. We'll be able to get Inferno 3 momentarily, which will proceed to simplify most encounters in the game. Except for golems, obviously. I loaded the Spartan, or the Hydra into the P229 so we can get rid of the Spartan. I was still hellbent on saving those grenades, even though it probably wasn't necessary, but the Spartan wasn't necessary either. Go into the gift shop over here real quick. Res Inferno level 3. I like combustion for this room still. One shot, one kill, less MP spent. Didn't feel like angling up to try to use more combustions, and Inferno was enough. There's nothing in the far room, so gonna head back out to the parking lot, where suddenly there is a red SUV, the likes of which we have seen in the Mist building. Yeah, I didn't want to discard the grenade or the grenade pistol actually because I was going to keep them for the points at the end of the game. Fireflies are just a little excessive. I decided to just take a 10 BP hit so I can get one more MP. Then go back out and Inferno. Knocks down this guy. One shot will finish him off. As you know, this gate is destroyed, so forget that nonsense. Flashing these guys doesn't kill them. Quick pyrokinesis. Finish him off. So all we got to do left is the bathroom, the back room of the bar, and the water tower. And all the enemies around here will be clear. Combustion is the way here. Over here, though, we've got some mind sucklers, so we want to get our MP back up. We can do that by revving up plasma. Because we have Inferno now, we have Inferno level 3, we can get some free MP by just rezzing some of these lower value PEs. Like, it literally just gives us a max MP and gives us like an extra MP point depending on the class. Trying to set up to use combustion here. Bit of a sloppy room. I mean, that worked, but it could have been a lot more efficient. We'll pass through Gene and Roy's now. A quick combustion. This room over here, we could just finish everything off with Inferno, but it's not necessary. We got a Mad Chaser over here. A1, Mad Chaser. Just hanging around. That Chaser is just a guy who likes to party. Mind Sucklers, dead. Just Inferno for this room. Not even gonna bother. The quickest, easiest way to get back around to the icebox, though, is to go through Gene and Roy's. We're going to be going back and forth a lot. We have all but cleared the entire area of enemies. It just really sucks that after the boss, there's just fewer ways to get around this area. I really, really wish that the boss wouldn't have destroyed everything. I'll start taking these bags of ice. Just take them, bring them to Pierce. Because if we do it 3 times, then we will get a special item. The Ofuda. Commercial ice is incredibly dirty, but it's good for all that fishing that you're going to be doing in the desert. I too like to fish in the middle of Nevada. So one very important thing to note, if you get into a battle while you're holding ice, it'll melt. So don't do that, okay? Second item we get is an MP boost. So now Pierce is perfectly fine. He's feeling a lot better. No more enemies. So, wait, what is Pascarcy doing? Oh, Pascarcy is going into Pierce's SUV. Probably actually would have been better to just go into Pierce's SUV first, so that we could take a shorter line back through Douglas's place. But I guess Pascarcy wasn't really thinking too good. We got a tactical vest and some lipstick. What is Pierce doing with lipstick in his car? I mean, I don't judge. I'm just morbidly curious. We're just going to put away this tactical vest because the tactical vest only gives us 10 MP, and we've already used our belts on the shoulder holster so far. Shoulder holster has fast aim and more MP, and, you know, the tactical vest is just not that great. Don't recommend. Probably different for a speed run, but I would honestly immensely prefer to use the shoulder holster instead. Just use those belt loops as you get them. We've done everything that there is to do for this area. So now we can go back to the shelter. Man, I just gotta say though, if you like Resident Evil, you owe it to yourself to play this game. Like, the director of this game worked on the original Resident Evil 1 as the scenario designer. And I would really love the opportunity to be able to do like a director commentary with him someday. Because this game is awesome. Yeah, you can just use fireflies to bump these guys up if you want. Or pyro, whatever. It's all good. We can unlock this door here and make a save. So it looks like we got ourselves a little bit of a past Carsey thing going on here. Used a lipstick to get our MP back up, but we gotta run back to Dryfield for something it looks like. Yeah, it was the hammer. I got the hammer. Actually, the hammer itself is probably not very useful in nightmare mode. So looking back on it, this segment was completely useless. I guess it was one of those situations where I just wanted to grab it so that I could experiment with it, use it. But ultimately, my experimentation turned up nil because wasn't really much to work with. Except against strangers. It did pretty good against strangers. Just wasn't useful enough. Okay, maybe not completely useless. We'll go to B2, and then we're going to light all these guys up. For this room, we'll use 2 fireflies. Or sorry, 2 energy shots. Just use firefly. There's only 2 enemies in here anyway. Save ourselves a little bit of MP. Not a big deal. We'll get into a fight here and Inferno. Same deal for this room. Maybe didn't need to use the energy shots. Nah, it's good for energy shots. Quick combustion will send all of these guys falling over, and the Fatty will take the aggravated damage from coming into contact with the burning maggots. Quick energy shot. Pretty sure we came through this way because there would have been another repopulation event. Quick upgrade to Necrosis 3 so that we can get our MP back. And then saving here. Putting away a couple of these MP boosts over here just in case. And the pike, we didn't really need the pike. We can only carry up to 20 items ever, so. Yeah, we're just not going to mess around with these guys. Inferno. They're dead now. In this room, turret's still active. That guy's going to go down, and well, he's down and is being targeted by the turrets. We're just going to blow them up. And just finish the fatty off with pyro. In this room, we're not gonna mess around. We're just gonna use Inferno. If the red slime doesn't die, we're gonna finish him off with Necrosis. But really, I just decided to use another Inferno because it would kill the other slime that we didn't get from across the room, and we're getting a full MP refill anyway. You kill a red slime, you just get like 100 MP.
You're here now, counter-evolutionary. So not dead yet? You're not human, I can't see. Why you help humans? Animals! Evolutionary failures! You defy the plan of God? Defy nature's order?
So now we get Bowman's card. This room is slimes, so an inferno is good. Next area, an inferno is also good. It's like a half hour of free EXP, basically. If you ever hear slimes, you're probably getting your MP back. Now we're back in the elevator hall over here. I was looking for you. Equipping the riot slugs. Gotta make our way back through the mines. Man, that was a bad initiative right there. I didn't lose any health, but that still sucked. Should be getting quite a bit of MP here. Not enough for another Inferno, sadly. I was kind of trying to go for Apobiosis first, but I actually think that it would be better to go for Energy Ball, because Energy Ball just makes really short work of all the stealth golems, and you get a lot more MP for rezzing it first. Apobiosis is good, but Apobiosis is, especially Apobiosis 3, is a little too late. Moving backwards a little bit to get ourselves some space. Or rather, to position ourselves to make some space so that we can use Inferno. These guys, they go down easy. All dead really quickly. We got some golems over here, so we're gonna use 2 energy shots. Now we're gonna fuck them up. Obviously starting with this armored guy over here. And then his friend, well... same deal. And then finish them off with... whatever handgun you got. We can get the MD player here, which will prevent Berserk, but that assumes we get hit by Berserk to begin with. Also, we can't use it to invoke anything. It's just extra BP, really. You can just put it away. I mean, it's probably like additional things that can be prevented if one of the armored golems tries to inflict status. Using Bowman's card over here, the defense turrets are going to take out the slimes. Well, start attacking them anyway. Would have been better to use energy shot before shooting at these guys. On top of requiring fewer bullets to kill, it exposes you to less risk. Because those guys are a little annoying. One Inferno gets rid of all these guys, and I guess the hammer actually does do a pretty good job of mopping them up. There's a Ringer's solution in the cabinet over here. And we're going to run this way towards the breeding room. Starting it from this angle will give us easier access to killing these guys in one shot. The failed stranger over there. Apparently I forgot how menus worked. There's an eau de toilette in there. Eau de toilette causes direct damage to you because that's what Berserk does. Is it causes damage to you while you're trying to attack? Do not recommend. small repopulation event happens here, so quick Inferno, take out these moss backs. I feel dirty every time I say that word. Then we'll go through B1. Gotta take the long way around in order to get to that stupid hallway up there. And of course, whatever doesn't get finished off by an Inferno is... just shoot it once. Just shoot it once. Before we move on, we're going to check the cameras and then switch over to the 5th camera, which we were not able to do so during the Pierce dialogue here. But this allows us to switch off the turrets so that we can destroy them. It just renders them completely harmless. This next segment is just going to be clearing out all the enemies in the shelter before we go down to Neo Arc. We're going to start by equipping the riot slugs for this fight. And of course this guy just starts out by trying to silence us, but we have lipstick on, so we will not be censored, okay? Two riot slugs with 2 energy shot level 3s stacked up. We'll knock him on his ass. I had to run around the corner in order to be able to trigger the fight, because we can't just, like, start the fight unless we have line of sight with an enemy. Running counterclockwise in order to be able to dodge the melee attack. And then I'm just, like, trying to experiment to see what the best gun is to just finish these guys off while they're on the ground, and it was at this moment that I realized that the best gun to use to finish them off would just be the hammer. You don't even really need to energy shot divers, but it's an individual diver. I decided to loop back around. It might have been just as well to wait until later, but I think that taking out these enemies first actually made the fight with that armored golem there a lot easier. I use this particular chest excessively. Saving the Firefly bullets, or even any bullets for that matter, doesn't actually benefit your BP count at the end of the game. Gotta have the riot slugs equipped before you enter this room. But yeah, energy ball just absolutely bodies these guys, so keep that in mind. You only really need one energy shot, I think, but I just cast an extra energy shot just to be on the safe side. I'm just waiting for the right time. Three shots. This particular golem actually has the mongoose revolver. We're going to start by using Necrosis, and then use a couple of energy shots. Actually, we don't even need to use any more energy shots. Probably didn't even need to use an energy shot at all, really. Trying to cast energy shot at the right time. We don't want him to buzz in and then kill us. But you know, this guy's just not getting off the pot. He's just trying to fake us out. But we gotta wait for that buzz in. There it is. One more buzz in ought to do the job. Here you get the standard 357 revolver rounds for the mongoose. I reckon the mongoose can be useful in the right circumstances. It's probably about as good as the 9mm Spartan. Maybe with a higher crit rate or something like that. Haven't really done a whole lot of testing. I'm trying to res apobiosis early, but would have been better off working on the earth PEs first. This room, just Inferno. And then we can just finish these guys off with one bullet. Before they aggro, using an energy shot. 2 energy shots, actually. Then we'll use Necrosis, and same with the other guy. making a quick pit stop to get some more Hydra, and then we will exit. If the initial Inferno doesn't take out the red jellies, then you can just finish it off with Necrosis. Almost got my entire stock of MP back off of that one fight. Got another couple of brain stingers here. Both of which, you know, just 2 energy shots and a necrosis, and you're good. I'm trying to angle it so that I hit the guy behind him, even though I probably won't hit. The proc hits once, so I gotta hit the guy behind him. Couple of energy shots. Same dealio. Managed to nail them both with 1 necrosis. Around 400 damage is enough to kill these guys. Enemies do not repopulate in the rest of the mine, so we'll just go right back down the way we came. Going down to the basement. Zap these guys out of existence. I thought about switching to the fireflies, but then I realized that I don't have any more. Apobiosis does have its uses, though, mostly against weaker enemies. Where, like, if you have Apobiosis level 3, they will all die in one go, but otherwise Apobiosis is more so for stunning. Just had to demonstrate it, but Apobiosis does little to nothing this early on. Gotta wait for level 3 for it to have any real effectiveness. Now that we've made our way back to B2 of the shelter, I'm just gonna clear all these guys out real quickly like. Whatever Inferno doesn't kill, finish off with a singular shot. Once again, past Carcy not realizing that Apobiosis at level 1 only has like a very short range. Here just decided to spend 400 MP on antibody just for a quick MP refill. Holding onto the mongoose for now just to be able to test it during the next segment in between recordings.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, come in. Oh, yeah.
So we're going to break up the Neo arc segment.
Welcome to Neo Arc.
This whole area is probably just a huge investor pitch deck when you think about it. But I decided to split it up because this first part is like really tedious. So start by using 2 pyrokinesis, because what happens is some scorpions are going to come out of the ground, and now we will use Inferno. Once we go into the shrine here, we're gonna solve some puzzles. All right. Here's how I like to do this. I like to do blue and yellow in like the same go. Like the gray tile's completely worthless, but we can just don't even worry about like getting the getting everything else scrambled, but we'll split up the yellow tiles here, and then we'll load those blue tiles like down, because the way that the tiles present themselves, everything is in order, right? Don't even worry about the red tiles. We're just gonna... Yeah. And then, like, cycle that in reverse in order to get everything there in that order. And then we have to make sure that the last tile is clear. So once this happens, these guys are going to show up. You can use plasma to flip them over. That is definitely the most economical way to beat these guys, is plasma flips them, combustion, finish them off with bullets. But personally, I like to use Inferno. So this is why we loaded everything up in reverse like that. We just shifted everything down and just like made sure that the blue ones were unbroken, because we need to have them all on the top row. And see, even my yellow pieces are still like in the row that they're supposed to be. Like the way that the pieces of a certain color present, like the order that they present, is the order that they need to be shifted up to. But if you just like organize them into trains, I like to call them trains, where like one is like, where like one's the engine, one's the caboose, and just like keep them all in the same order as you found them, then that puzzle is actually a lot easier than you expect. But if you do the yellow ones, obviously you get the scarabs. If you do the blue ones, you get the MP boost too. We're just gonna shift this over here, and the way that things landed, I just inevitably realized that, well, okay, this is actually the correct order, so I just decided to just go ahead and solve the puzzle this way. But actually it wasn't in the right order. Yeah, fortunately it's not like a real 15 puzzle where you have to get everything 1 to 15 in exactly the correct order. I learned how to solve 15 slider puzzles pretty early. Did you guys know that I once tried speedrunning Final Fantasy 1? And in order to properly run it, you have to solve a 15 number slider puzzle in order to get a shit ton of gil. Maybe I'll try it again someday, because Final Fantasy 1 is a loose end. It was actually like one of my early attempts at like getting an RPG submissible to Speed Demo's archive, but I didn't have a specific spell or a specific item that I needed in order to be able to beat the final boss. So I made it all the way to the final boss with like 3 hours of game time and a lot of memo saves. But I couldn't beat the final boss because I would have had to roll back a lot of saves, so I just gave up. But one day I'm going to bring that game back. I am going to speedrun every single version of that game. Whether it's Nintendo, whether it's Final Fantasy Origins on the PlayStation, whether it's PSP, I'm going to do it, mark my words. I'm gonna have my revenge on that fucking game. So yeah, if these scarab beetles, if they get too close, just use plasma, because yeah, the cattle prod isn't gonna work, by the way. Just use plasma, flip them over. But we can take out the bulk of them with Inferno. So now that we've cleared that area, let's make our way out. Go back to the laboratory and save our game. Oh yeah, I'll even do the Game Boy version, the Game Boy Advance version. That was actually a pretty sick route. There was a Japanese website called Ultima Garden that I looked at a long time ago that had a full report in Japanese of how to do Final Fantasy 1 in like an hour and 30 minutes. It was crazy. For this segment, I actually forgot to do something pretty important, but it's okay because we'll do it a little later. Having ourselves a little round and round. This guy. Always try to move. Always trying to move clockwise. And just like maybe pause a little bit so that we can get him to attack with. Then we can kick his helpless ass. Some quick pyrokinesis will do the job. They also interrupt whenever they try to electrocute. This is actually like one of the best looking PS1 games. Later Squaresoft made some absolutely amazing looking games. Like this game and Vagrant Story are two such examples. Chrono Cross. Chrono Cross is also superb looking. Oh, I missed. That was one of the best things about Final Fantasy during like PS1 and PS2, because they were always at like the cutting edge. And all of Square's spin-off games like Parasite Eve were like no different. Cutting edge all the way around. We use metabolism to get our MP back up. Yeah, the water effect actually looks quite nice for a PlayStation game. It looks like they sort of like... It looks like they might have used like their SGI boxes to sort of like create a ray tracing effect. And then just like sort of made it a flat texture perhaps. You have to check the thing over there, and in doing so, more enemies will spawn. As soon as you hear one of the divers come out of the water, you can use Inferno and that'll kill everything. But yeah, for no particular reason at all, you just have to check that tile in order for more enemies to spawn in. Now we're gonna go back to the Temple of Tlayloch or whatever. Legends of the Hidden Temple looking ass area. Zap this guy. Hit them both with the hammer. It's always for the best to use the hammer on these guys. This is absolutely the use for the hammer, is these guys. Here I am trying to save ammo or something like that, but really just use the hammer. You don't really encounter very many of these guys, but you want the hammer for them. Fortunately, that guy just stood there while they fireballed his helpless ass. Still deliberating, but again, go Earth next. Sort of thinking about, do I really need the MP right about now? Decide. Decide, past Carcy, decide. Actually, maybe a single burst fire would have been better. Nah, it's fine. I guess my intention was to get rid of all my entire MP pool to maximize the use of this MP boost. Gotta zap them both. Sometimes they'll go back into the bushes, and when they do that, just ignore them. They're trying to spook you. And of course, sometimes they'll just jump into the bushes while you're in the middle of casting a spell, so get ready to cancel just in case. Still running around. Gonna try to run around a little more to kind of get one of these guys out. But that guy might have a different HP pool. Sure does. And it seems like the next enemy is... Maybe if they jump into the bushes, their HP restores? I'm not sure. Either way, there's one more enemy that we gotta fight. Just like, don't mess around with these guys. Use the stupid cattle prod. Don't do what past Carcy is doing here. Actually, never mind. Their HP does not restore if they, like, leave and the battle disengages. Using Inferno to start. We'll just finish off whatever's not dead after that. I had to pull up my notes. To move the bridge, here's what we do. We start with... Come on, past Carcy. We start with blue. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. White, once, twice. Do red 3 times. And then just keep hitting yellow until it's done. So blue 6, white 2, red 3, yellow however many times it takes to finish it. Just like, don't even bother counting. Six, 2, 3, whatever. Blue, white, red. And now you can move the bridge. In doing this, Savannah repopulates, but we're not going there yet. Don't worry, that encounter will not get overwritten once the next repopulation event happens. We're going to get the Crystal Skull next, which will increase the power of our guns. There's just a few divers here. We can hit them with pyros. Just hit him narrowly before he zapped us. I thought I was going to get it for sure that time. Probably better to use combustion for these guys over here, but actually no, it's fine. We're just gonna sit over here and just keep using pyro until these guys are down. It's like 6 enemies here. Actually, just 5. This is the Great Diver here. This is a little hidden boss. When he submerges, we can keep hitting him. Just keep in mind that you can't stun him out of his attack. The Afuda and Pyro will make very, very short work of him, though. But if he starts to wind up his attack, cancel out immediately and start moving counterclockwise. Or clockwise, I should say. Until he stops attacking, and you can just keep attacking some more. Just be very aggressive unless he actually attacks. So we got some fireflies, some riot slugs, and then we have to check the water. Floating melted creature remains. There's a strong lemony smell. Wait, there's something shiny floating. Has a crystal skull for no discernible reason. Anyway. Oh yeah, there was also a lipstick in the bushes, which I, for some reason, completely forgot to mention. For now, we're going to run back in. Got something really important to do here. An encounter that I forgot. We can't destroy the other dynamo until I get rid of this encounter. Otherwise it would invalidate the kill-all run. Because if we destroy the generator, then the encounter in question would get overwritten. And we don't want that to happen. But it's just as well we go back and save anyway, because whenever we destroy the generator, there's going to be more encounters to fight anyway. So this is a very good time to split it up. Oh, actually, I guess I did it at the start of next segment. It's all good. So the encounter in question, we gotta cut across, go down the elevator. Just a bunch of turrets. They can't hit back. We can't destroy the crazy ultrasonic speakers on the wall, though. That comes later. In there, we just there's literally nothing special about this room. You just destroy those turrets on the wall. I waited until now to destroy them, even though I could have destroyed them very early on in the shelter, because if I went down there and started trying to shoot them then, it would have been more annoying to kill them, just because the turrets were activated. Time for riot slugs. This is just the cipher for another puzzle, but it's pretty pointless. Really, it's just the numbers 1 to 12, and you're supposed to identify what they look like. So now we're going to solve this puzzle here to unlock the generator area. Red, yellow, blue, white, blue, white, yellow. Nope, nope, nope. It's blue, white, red, yellow. Pass Carsey, get it right. Red, yellow, blue, white, red, yellow, blue, white, blue, yellow, or no, blue, white, red, yellow, and then white, blue, yellow, red. I better make sure that I put the correct solution on the screen. In any case, we can shift the bridge back. As a direct result of solving this puzzle, another repopulation event happens. We'll use Energy Shot once, because if we use it twice, then these guys will turn around. Also, I almost got smacked there. That wasn't very nice. don't even mess around with these guys. That guy tried to go back into the bushes, so I flattened him, shot him with a fireball. Same with this guy. Yeah, just like don't even give them an inch because they can like leap at you and kill you. It's less that these guys have like a ton of HP, and more that these guys have a lot of PE resistance. These guys are some of my least favorite enemies to fight in the game, just specifically because, like, they take almost no hit stun, they have a lot of HP, they have a lot of resistance, it's obnoxious. Maybe I would have had a better time fighting against them if I used Energy Ball, I don't know. Next time I play, I'll try Energy Ball. Oh, past Carcy made a boo-boo. Oh, no, he didn't. He just didn't... He was just getting ready for the next room. It's okay. Past Carcy didn't mess anything up. Now this room, on the other hand... Careful around the elbows, that's all I gotta say. For this guy, we're just gonna pop 3 slugs in him immediately, and then energy shot once, and then get ready to run past the other one. We're almost done here. Everything is almost all clear. Quick Inferno. Quick Plasma to kill anything else that survived. There's a wooden box that has some 9mm Hydra over here. We're going to use that to lay waste to the other generator up here. Just be as wasteful as you like. We can't destroy any of the turrets with PE, so we have to shoot them directly. Once everything is done, we'll just go in on this guy. Getting our Hydra back now because we're not going to have another chance to get these Hydra bullets back. Another repopulation event happens, so on the way out we've got a lot more to fight. A lot more to fight. So many, as a matter of fact, that it's just easier for me to just make another segment. Just precisely because of how tedious the enemies here are. They went crazy, absolutely crazy with the repopulation events in NeoArc. Got some jellies here again. Necrosis. I like how cool looking NeoArc is. I just don't like the fact that there's as many encounters as there are. As usual, with the Scarabs, the same strategy applies. Inferno, Plasma if they get too close. Finish any extras off. With the M4A1. here I decided to play around with, well, first I put away the P229 because I just realized that as of now I don't even really need it. Don't need those fireflies either. Put them away. No, pass car seat. The mongoose is also good against the strangers, the evolved strangers. But I don't know. I think the better thing to do is to not switch weapons so much. Every stun you can get off two pyrokinesis. But just stun, pyro, pyro, stun, pyro, pyro. Simple, right? Ah, but he got away. There he is. Just one more encounter to get apobiosis, but while apobiosis I would consider necessary for the final bosses, I think Energy Ball is a better thing to get first. I exited and re-entered to get one more MP. Just gonna stay here until the maggots burn. Then we're gonna pull the switch and go back across the bridge. Quick MP refill. Man, moss packs actually have quite a lot of HP. It's kind of surprising. There's only 3 divers in here. All of them die with combustion very quickly. Now we gotta run all the way back around here so that we can take these last few encounters. I like to go all the way to the left over here and hit this guy with a couple of pyros. As long as the flame proc happens, they all die smoothly. Also, this is a very important encounter because we're about to get the Javelin for the M4A1, which is the strongest weapon in the game. You gotta run in such a way that this guy is not able to complete his attack animation. Once we do that, do energy shot a couple of times. But maybe one energy shot is good enough. Either way, he buzzed in. Gotta be careful about reloading. So now we got the Javelin. We can use Apobiosis now. Use it twice, actually. Well, Inferno. And now we've cleared out the entirety of Neo Arc, so now we can go make a save before we go to fight Puppet Stinger. There's an additional little bit of dialogue that I'm trying to get. If you destroy both of the generators, you can go back to Pierce. Gonna put away the hammer. We don't really need the mongoose or the bullets. You keep the mongoose because we'll get some 44 Maeda rounds later. Sorry, it's a 44 Magnum, not a 357 Magnum. I said 357 earlier, but you know, I don't really use the mongoose all that often. That is to say, not at all. Buying some more lipstick, just a quick and easy MP refill. Missing something else there past Carcy? If I had to guess, Hydra. From here, I basically figured out that I could put away the SP-12 and be okay. Gonna start by destroying these speakers over here, because they'll just whittle away at our MP. Someone in chat actually asked a very good question. Are there any infinite spawns in Parasite Eve 2? And the answer is no. There are no repeatable encounters or anything like that. So from here, you're going to start seeing the javelin glitch. What happens is, if you initiate the firing animation for the javelin, and then you pause and you unpause by hitting the select button, then the base damage of the javelin laser is actually the same as the R1 button, or in this case, the rifle rounds. So with this, an energy shot, you lay waste to enemies very, very quickly. We're going to destroy these ultrasonic speakers here first, before we go to fight Puppet Stinger. Just doing this to stun it real quick while we target the speaker. But yeah, just hit the fire button, pause and unpause, and you will just absolutely start bodying everything. We don't want to use it too excessively though, because we won't be able to recharge it until we save Ironheart close to the end of the game. We're kind of close. Basically, you just keep using Plasma in order to stun Puppet Stinger, because it's hitting Eve. So yeah, go, pause, unpause. So it definitely cheeses the damage for the Javelin, but it doesn't make it too OP overall. A little OP, but not too OP. It doesn't do anything to break the final bosses, but it definitely makes it a lot easier to fight golems, especially given the ammo economy of not having a whole lot of riot slugs. And Aya meets Eve, and all of a sudden, the first thing on Aya's mind is that she absolutely has to take care of her. The SimD player is just for the points at the end of the game. Gotta get rid of something here. It's the same mask that he's wearing when he was the SWAT guy in the Akropolis tower. We have to look in the cultivation tube at the Aya clone, or rather the Eve. And then we have to walk. We have to try to encourage Eve to walk and follow us. And we have to do all of this before the poison makes us cough. They're all dead. We just gotta finish them off. The golems are here to basically clean up all the evidence, it seems. So for all the dead ones, we can just use Apobiosis. Generally get free MP anyway. For this room, it's a couple of unarmored golems. 2 Infernos will take them out. Gonna run back and flip the switch so that we can go back to the island again. There's only one diver here, so just get him. Yeah, we had to go all the way over there and move the bridge just so that we could do these basically already dead enemies. We don't want to use the laser too much. Like, we definitely want the laser to be our primary weapon against individual golems. But if we use it too much, then we'll hamstring ourselves. Don't even worry about switching the bridge back, by the way, because it'll switch itself back. We will come to Neo Arc one more time, but it'll be a ways later. And for here, just 2 Infernos. Only get a quarter of our MP back, but it's okay. Apobiosis first. Inferno second. Maybe that would have been the way to go. Then just finish him off with the 556. Man, Energy Ball, when you first get it, is kind of a joke, but it's actually really, really good. Narrowly avoided getting my ship pushed in. I was thinking about whether or not to use Inferno there, but then I saw him winding up his sword, so I didn't want to risk it. Instead, I just hit him with the laser with a forked javelin glitch, you know. It wasn't very clean. 2 Infernos here. Give me the loot, give me the loot. Now we got one more Inferno we can use for this next room over here, but just decided to use a lipstick here. Apobiosis to finish off what Inferno doesn't kill. That's what Apobiosis is good for. But yeah, once Eve gets abducted, there are a lot of enemies to kill. Basically, every area in the game gets repopulated by enemies and golems. So this whole little killing spree we're about to do is going to take us quite a while to finish. Not going to stress out about it, though. We're going to come back here later. Priority 1 should be to disable the turrets, because otherwise we're going to get hit a lot trying to kill everything. Trying to initiate the fight, but it's a bit troublesome. There we go. Quick Inferno, and then just wait for the Flame proc to finish the rest of them. Except there's a Scarab there, so what we want well, I opted to use Plasma because this is the most NP efficient way to do it. By destroying all these rejects, we only get like 5 MP, so we're gonna res Energy Ball. Energy Ball level 3, though, is just absolutely demolishes golems. But I think the main reason why you really want Apobiosis is specifically for the final boss, for Final Eve, so that way you can score a hard stun anywhere in the room and you don't have to worry about having pepper sprays. We're going to split up the save over here. So for this segment, the mission is to run our asses all the way back to Dryfield. There's some green larvae over here, all of which die pretty fast to an Inferno. I think I was told that this is the only room where there's green larvae in Bounty mode and Nightmare mode. And then once we get into this room, we gotta hightail it to the elevator. Just take the BP hit, don't worry about it. Quick Apobiosis. This actually probably would have been a better room for like the Mongoose, maybe. I actually kind of wonder if Mongoose would have been better against these Brain Stingers here. As soon as they pop out of the water, we hit it with a young Inferno, alright? But if the diver doesn't die, then we just wait for him to pop out again and just hit him with the pyro. We're good. Over here, we got a Brain Stinger. Doing this will allow us to hard stun the diver also. And he's stunned hard enough so we can finish him off with 5.56ers. I mean, these guys are basically just fish out of water, so... By some miracle, the golems never made it down here. Once we get into this room, though, we've got some stalkers over here. You got to run past this guy because if you try to use PE immediately, then he will hit you. So just run directly behind him, use an Inferno, and that's it. And for these guys, we will use Apobiosis. Then we got some more coming out. Apobiosis again. Be very careful about killing scorpions, because, you know, if you kill some scorpions, but they, otherwise, you know, but other scorpions stay alive, other enemies in the fight stay alive, then scorpions will, leave acid on the ground, and that'll hurt you. Just one more little trip through Dryfield. Doing this also destroys a stalker that is hiding in the very back. So it's for the better to just use Inferno there. We don't need to see Douglas. Douglas doesn't have anything that we want. Apobiosis twice. Inferno. Then Apobiosis. Scorpions, Apobiosis, Stalkers, Inferno. Yeah, not really much for old Douglas to do besides drink Pabst Blue Ribbon, right? Heineken? Fuck that shit! Pabst Blue Ribbon! Room 2, Apo. Apo again. Past 2 rooms, apobiosis. Last room over here, also apobiosis. Doing a little bit of on-the-fly routing here when I settled for just going back to the elevator and going back to the save point. B1 now because we got to go turn off the turrets. We use the javelin glitch to knock these guys down and finish them off with 5.56ers. Quick energy shot. Take his ass out. And my recommendation is just use the laser against the turrets over here. Trying to do with minimum turrets, but there's not really a whole lot we can do. Oh yeah, we also could not take the elevator to get up to the pod service gantry. Also, coming in through this area, fighting the enemies in this order actually makes it so that more of them are unaware of you anyway. That's kind of the reason why I routed it the way that I did for this area. We're going to use 2 energy shots at the start of this fight, and then we're going to use the M950 to take out these turrets. Then we're going to bait this guy. So, while the armored golems are shooting grenades at you, one very important thing to note that I didn't really talk about earlier, because we've been too busy shooting them in the back up to this point, is that whenever they guard, there is a sustained amount of damage that they can take before their guard must drop. And the javelin just cuts right through it, causes their grenades or their shields to just explode in their face. So then you can just keep shooting it even more. We gotta walk over this way, in front of these lockers over here. And while this guy is fully stunned, now he buzzed in, so we gotta pause, unpause. That was almost enough in HP. Next time he buzzes in, we can just shoot him. Yeah, never mind. The red golems have way too much HP. The red stealth golems. Next, we're just going to run right behind this guy. If done right, you shouldn't trigger an encounter. Then we have one more encounter before we can turn everything off. M950 for this room. Energy shot twice. Let's take out these turrets. That guy is none the wiser. And then just use the Calico to finish off everything else. Just go ahead and spray. Spray, spray, spray. Spray harder than your cat trying to mark his territory. Before he proceeds to hate fuck a raccoon. So number 5, we're just gonna push this and then turn off the turrets from here. And then we'll check the receiver of the phone where there's a hidden message from Pierce. Now that these turrets are off, things are about to get a lot easier. One energy shot is enough. With the turrets off, we can go through B1 over here again. One Inferno here will destroy all the enemies. It's really just 3 Stalkers. Probably would have been for the better if I'd used the Hydra instead. Just used Apobiosis and the Hydra bullets instead. Just simply because I was running out of laser pretty quickly. Like, you get 60 charges whenever you get the Javelin, but it runs out fast. Apobiosis will destroy these guys. Going back down to B2, we're going to use Energy Shot immediately. Hit this guy while he's not aware. This was really only one guy, but I wasn't about to get one guide. But of course, the Javelin does have a range. So be aware of that. Gotta get a little closer to fight this purple golem. This purple armored golem. These guys are just dead. Everything in this room was helpless. But the only thing that isn't helpless in here is the single golem that we have to fight. Let's get ready to laser. This guy's just not even paying much attention, so we gotta aggro him, but he decides he's gonna silence us, so the hell with that. Once again, we cannot take this elevator upstairs. It's locked down. Completely not doable. Now we're going to take the main elevator back to floor B1. We just got a few more enemies to deal with over here. I had no time to do an energy shot. But we didn't need to, it's okay. Might have been better if I'd actually picked up riot slugs before I did all this. That one's just locked. And of course this guy is just gonna waste his one chance to hurt me. Man, lipstick really does a whole lot to disable these guys' attacks. I think that lipstick might actually be the most OD item in the game. You can buy it. It can prevent silence. It gives you an extra MP point. Once this guy spawns in, we're going to pull the javelin. Energy shot. We already got the energy shot proc off. This guy just grabs us in the back, but it doesn't actually hurt us. For some reason, he keeps looping this over and over again. We don't really like that. This is definitely one of the sloppier golem fights I've ever had. Trying to back into a corner. Somehow that missed. And I missed the timing on that shot too. We have to get the magic button to number 13. Red shifts it 2 down. Green shifts it 1 down. Yellow shifts it 1 to the right. Go ahead and use this belt pouch. Because there's not even any armor that the guy at the end can sell you that is worth your while. We have to do blue and yellow. In order to get Yoshida's car. Or is it Bowman's car? Whatever. For this guy, we're just going to huddle ourselves up into this corner over here. We use the M950. The reason why I'm using the M950 here is because I don't have enough laser. I overused it. And if he doesn't buzz in, we're going to use energy shot again. But get ready to cancel it. We're gonna level up Energy Ball to level 2. I should have been leveling it up. If I'd had Energy Ball here, then this fight would have been free. Actually, all the Golem fights would have been free if I had Energy Ball, the more I think about it. Cutting it down to the wire, but don't worry. I was able to maneuver in such a way that grenade launcher guy was able to finish off sword guy for me. So yeah, you know, little tricks like that are helpful. For some reason I thought he was still alive. I guess I didn't see that the grenades did the job. No. I just didn't target it correctly. Oops. And cue a lot of cutscenes. We don't need no stinking eau de toilette. So now we can access all of the item boxes where we had things left before. We can refill on whatever ammo we need. Just not riot slugs or firefly, unfortunately. The combat armor is there as well, as is the turtle vest. But none of those are as good as the shoulder holster is throughout the game. Shoulder holster is maxed out now. Now we gotta give the teddy bear to Flint. This is necessary. I hope you managed to pick it up a little earlier. If you didn't, reload the segment. Go pick up the teddy bear. Because we need Flint in order to be able to rescue Ironheart. If we go into the Golem freezer here, we can find Pierce. So now that we've saved Ironheart, the engineer from outside will actually be in the garage with his truck. And we can use this opportunity to recharge the Javelin. So we can basically just use the Javelin for the rest of the game if we want. There's one more round of clearing enemies in B1, B2, and Neo Arc. We can't go to B3 because Dryfield is destroyed. Or Dryfield is off limits, I should say. Just select batteries and fuel to refill it for free. This is the only place in Nightmare Mode where you can do that. Now we've done everything that we need to do in order to get the good ending. We saved Pierce, we saved Ironheart. We alerted Jody to Hal's scheme. And of course, we turned off the turrets before we left the shelter by going to the pod service gantry. So everything is shut off. Obviously, don't go into that door because then you'll initiate the final sequence of the game. But we can go down the elevator now, at least, because it works for some reason. Energy shot now. Javelin makes these guys so free. This room, pretty straightforward. Now here, we're gonna take the opposite side of the loop, because that room has the stealth golem, and we want energy shot for him, so we're gonna take the opposite loop. Open with an energy shot. Javelin. Same with this guy. We can finish all of these off. Easy peasy. Not trying to get energy ball just yet. Well, apparently so. Okay. I mean, it's fine. We got enough MP restores at this point. We conserved way too many. One energy shot, one energy ball, just in case he gets too close. Kind of hoping that I wouldn't target the wrong one. Just blind firing to finish these guys off. 4 turrets, all of which have max PE resistance. Nothing you have will hurt them. And from here, it's just this hallway over here, which has a bunch of failed ANMCs. Well, no, there's this guy, actually. Never mind. But if we come this direction, then the 2 golems in this room are actually not aggroed. They're completely unaware of us, so we can just get rid of them with the javelin from this angle. Another very good reason to come this direction instead of through the breeding room is because if you enter in through the door that we're going through right now in order to fight these guys that we just killed, then you'll accidentally target the turrets that are on the wall. We don't want that. I'm trying to go into this room over here and then use energy ball level 3, and you saw it. Literally as soon as I came in, or literally as soon as he teleported in, just hit him with those energy balls. Is nice. Is very nice. Now that we've done all that, we can save the game and proceed to Neo Arc, which will be the final place that we need to clear. Oh yeah, there's no turrets here or nothing, so we're not going back here. To particular area, as it is called. All that remains now is for us to exterminate all of the enemies in Neo Arc. And it's mostly just golems. But at this point we have an infinite amount of javelin. So if you run out, you can just run back to the soldier in the B1 parking garage and just have him refill it for you. It's just free XP at this point. This room, there's 2 soft golems and 1 armored golem. Two Infernos will take out the lesser golems, but we're going to use the Javelin glitch. I hit pause too early there. You have to wait until you actually hear the sound effect of the Javelin winding up before you actually pause and unpause. Like, it's possible to mess the trick up, but the recovery is not too bad. Also, as you can see, if the Javelin hits an enemy, then it just deals continuous damage ticks. So, in the instance of these guys who use grenades to hit us, we basically just parry their shots with our own. It's actually functionally identical to the way that... I probably mentioned this earlier in the commentary. I recorded this commentary over multiple days, but I'm pretty sure I mentioned this earlier, but it's functionally identical to the way that you can shoot Nemesis in Resident Evil 3 and make him miss his rockets, because you're inflicting hit stun in order to do that. Of course, the answer to fighting these guys is always, 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 always energy ball. We're a little too low on MP, so we gotta use some of our EXP in order to refill. Can't raise the gun and aggro enemies unless you have line of sight. These guys only have like a paltry amount of HP left, so you can finish them off with the M4A1. Both of these guys are armored, so don't recommend fighting them exclusively with PE. Yeah, some of you might wonder, you'd like, why do something so cheap against these guys? And the answer is because these guys are not fun to fight. I mean, come on, they're just tanky. They're just tanky, and you have to keep running around them over and over again, and it's like fighting a little mini boss every single time. Like, unless you got riot slugs, which we don't, Why even waste the time? But also the javelin. Keep in mind that the javelin has very low range compared to any other gun that you have. If anything, you can take a lot of comfort in the fact that the auto aim is very, very good in this game. So now that we've gotten rid of everything on the island, we're just going to go back to the Temple of Tlaylock and just hit the switch so that we can move the bridge over and kill the last of the ANMCs. So for these guys, we just have to run to the stairs before we get hit. And then by going down this way, we can reset the room and restart the fight, get the jump on them. Gives us exactly enough time to use a energy shot. And then use a quick glitch over here and try to hit the other target. And there we go, that guy's down. So now we'll just go back up and hit the switch. I wasn't sure if there was a repopulation event here or not, but actually there is not. Flipping this switch will merely move the bridge so that we can go to the side where the generator was before. For these guys, just don't even mess around. Yeah, when they rush at you, when they attack at you, they are semi-invincible. Unless you deal enough damage to make their shields explode. But thankfully the javelin does that. Going through inventory real quick, just redoing things and getting rid of things that we no longer need. Like the Hydra, we don't need the Hydra ammo anymore. I actually could have put away the M950 a while back. Getting rid of one pepper spray because we have more in the box that's close to the final boss. Here he is over here. This is the, well, second to last encounter. The true last encounter is when we're on our way over to Eve. Because that only appears, like, right before the final boss, when you're locked into the final sequence and can't do anything else. So as far as, like, the final optional enemy that you have to fight, this is the one. And he is a stealth golem, so we just use Energy Ball. But for defeating him, we get the 44 Maeda Special. We get the M249, some ammo, and the lipstick. Now, the M249, you can actually use that in place of the javelin if you want for the final boss. Someone in chat says, the inventory management system in this game always scares me from playing it. Well, the thing is, you can choose a particular kind of armor based on the playstyle that you want to play. Some people would prefer to conserve their MP as much as possible and just use guns, kind of like I did in my first playthrough. But it's a lot more fun when you just use PE as liberally as possible. And I mean, if you just stick with one armor throughout the entire game, you can just keep upgrading it with upgrades. And some other armors just have more slots, but, you know, just use belt pouches. Personally, for the standard normal playthrough, I like to use, like on normal and scavenger item layouts, I like to use, oh wait, no. Okay, the way it works, normal and replay mode have item layout A, but scavenger and nightmare mode have item layout B. Now for item layout A, I like to use the turtle vest because you refill MP so easily and enemies just die. A lot. Now for B, on the other hand, I like the shoulder holster because it allows me to aim and, like, it allows me to aim quicker, and it gives me a higher maximum MP to work with, so I'm wasting less of my MP refills. Like, I'm taking full effectiveness of all of my MP refills by just, like, prioritizing as big of an MP pool, as big of a max MP pool as possible. But that's one of the beautiful things about this game is there's so much there's so many options for challenge runs, just based on whatever build you end up going for. Parasite Eve 2 is like the Armored Core of survival horror games, and it's pretty awesome. Monk Robe? That's New Game Plus, I'm pretty sure. Anyhow, before we go to the final boss, we're going to get all of the ringer solutions that we can get. Putting away the M950, the Calico, we don't need that anymore. Putting away anything else, like these lipsticks here that we have. I decided not to use them after all because I wanted a higher BP total by the end of the game. I wasn't really estimating how much BP I would get, but as it turns out, by the end of this run, I actually have 27,000 BP. So that's barely enough for me to get the Gunblade. Just gotta refill our batteries and fuel, and that's enough for the rest of the game. Sorry, 270,000 BP. But yeah, don't buy anything here. There's no reason to. We've got everything we need. But yeah, in other words, don't even worry. Just play according to your playstyle. There's a lot of room for gameplay expression in Parasite Eve 2. You don't even really need the MD player, by the way. Just put it away. And also, we don't need the GPS anymore either. But we ideally would like to have pepper spray as kind of an oh shit button in case we don't have enough MP for apobiosis. Doing one more quick inventory check. I actually did decide to put pepper spray on after all. Basically, I did it as kind of a backup strat slash oh shit button. If in case for whatever reason I did not have any MP and I needed to use apobiosis. Now, one pepper spray is good enough past Carci. So this is cutscene damage, doesn't count. He goes down pretty fast. I actually decided to use the save state feature of the Mister here because otherwise I would have just skipped cutscenes anyway and just done the same thing. I just wanted to do this to make the recording more cohesive. Hope you can forgive me. Resuming from save state. So as soon as the fight starts, we gotta move clockwise over here because that laser is gonna fire. He always opens with this laser. We don't want to go too far though, otherwise he'll spew gas. And after using energy shot, we're just going to keep going and keep shooting the head over and over again. And whenever he charges up like that, we have to go all the way to the very bottom. Now we just got to destroy the shoulders. The shoulders themselves will not go bye-bye unless you use flame PE, like either combustion or inferno. So when the core opens up, here's what we're going to do, okay? We're going to use apobiosis. Basically on the first possible frame, apobiosis. And now we're going to use the javelin glitch again, and then while we're waiting for him to open up, trying to get rid of the pauldrons on the top because they'll just spew poison. It's a little inopportune. And there it is, it's opening up again, so apobiosis. We can only really get away with 2 javelins after the apobiosis there. Just gonna watch for the opening again. There it is. Apobiosis. But sometimes it'll close early. Used a ringer solution. No more shoulders. Apo again. Basically, we just have this fight on lockdown now. Get our energy shot back up. Damage was looking a little thin, but of course I didn't cast Apobiosis that time, so play a little chicken with him. It's a good idea to have a pepper spray just in case you can't cast Apobiosis though, but you gotta make sure that you're auto-targeting the core whenever you use the pepper spray. Yes, pepper spray does stun the boss, but only if you use the pepper spray on the core. So now in preparation for the final fight, we have a little bit of time to be able to go into our inventory and put things on. We're still keeping lipstick. We don't really need the mongoose, truthfully, if we're using the javelin glitch. But yeah, just use Bowman's card and we're ready to go. So the fight against Eve is pretty simple. Just run to the end of the bridge immediately and use Apobiosis immediately. Stun her in place. And then we're going to use Energy Shot twice. We'll Javelin Glitch, and as soon as she moves again, we're going to use Apobiosis again. She'll freeze. And we have 1, 2, 3 Javelin Glitches before she moves again. So just every 3 Javelin Glitches, we'll just use Apobiosis again. For this fight, this glitch is actually not OP. The only reason that we're really as OP as we are is just simply because we have Apobiosis and a ton of MP. The damage output otherwise would be exactly the same if we used the large machine gun that we got from that one stealth golem that we killed, like the last optional enemy in the game. So instead of using a third Javelin glitch there, I opted to use Ringer's solution, but my Apo didn't come out fast enough. Fortunately, she didn't do anything that would have resulted in me getting hurt, so. If you really want to be on the safe side, then every 2 Apos is good. She has something like 8,000 MP, or HP, sorry. Anyway, that's Parasite Eve 2, Nightmare Mode, Kill All, no damage. Thank you guys very much for watching. I had a lot of fun making this, even though it took a long time to do. I'm seriously considering the idea of doing more speedrun related and like no save, no damage related stuff with this game, because it's like one of those games that just like doesn't get enough love, I think. It's kind of a general direction that I would like to take with more of the games that I choose. Is, you know, I kind of want to show people cool games that they might like if they are into the types of games that I generally play on stream. Whether those be survival horror or otherwise, but I mean, come on, this game was directed by like the scenario writer for the original Resident Evil 1. And actually it shares a crazy bunch of mechanics with early Resident Evil games. I would go as far as to say, like, gameplay-wise, it's like probably one of the best survival horror games on PlayStation. Scenario probably leaves a lot to be desired for some people. But overall, this is an incredible game. With that being said, if you enjoyed this run, please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Check out my playlists for other no damage runs of other games, whether they are survival horror or otherwise. I would like to do more non-survival horror games, either action games, RPGs, or what have you. So once again, please take a close look at my playlists, because that is where you are going to find everything. I organize everything into playlists so that you may be able to find the videos, so that you may be able to find them. That being said, also follow my Twitch stream, twitch.tv/CarcinogenSDA. I prefer that as my main streaming platform. As you can see, total BP for every item that I have left over is a little bit over 270,000. So that's enough for me to buy the medicine wheel on another playthrough. I also got the hyper velocity gun and the hunter goggles. But yeah, there's gonna be more of this game in the future. Maybe even go back to PE1 and do like a no upgrade run. That would be fun. And also, if you want to support my bad challenge run habit, you can do so on my Patreon at patreon.com/CarcinogenSDA, where I have early ad-free access to all of my videos. I'm working to implement my entire back catalog, but either way, see you guys next time. Thanks for tuning in.